Hello friends, this is the Owl, and like Borderlands 4 or that new Doom, holy crap, please be good you two, it's been a while coming. Before we start though, a few quick things. First up, the Abyss can be a pretty scary place. You've got curses, roaming dragons, and Faputa, not to mention this crazy bugger pulling the strings. But know what's even scarier? The internet. Especially these days. Data sellers, spoofers, scammers, identity thieves, hackers, and ransomware are getting more and more sophisticated, and thus, much like the Abyss, it's best not to go alone. Find a companion to go below with you, to help defend you from some of the nastier threats out there. While Riko was able to find Reg, you may actually be able to do even better with your very own digital bodyguard, today's sponsor, Aura. Think the curse is scary? Imagine what happens when your prospective employer, or that person who has it out for you, gets a look at your search history. Because see, anyone can go to a data broker online and get a hold of, well, all kinds of information, which can be used to do anything from sending you spam to stealing your identity. And Aura won't just notify you, they will send opt-out requests to these brokers for you, meaning that in a few weeks at the very least, you'll be seeing less annoying spam. And thus ends the fun part of this discussion. See, large-scale data breaches have become a way of life, especially for those of us who do a lot of business and spend, a large portion of their lives online. And one of the many incredible services offered by Aura is monitoring a variety of places, including the dark web, and immediately notifying you if they find your information exposed or if anyone attempts to use it. For instance, to access your bank accounts or open a credit card in your name. But it doesn't end there. For those of us roaming around with a baby owl and using a lot of public Wi-Fi, despite knowing how iffy these can be, Aura's protection suite includes a comprehensive, real-time antivirus and anti-malware, as well as a VPN to ensure that your data stays safe no matter what. A really bloody good VPN with over 100 locations, which, do I even need to explain how useful that is? Hell, still not convinced? Well, it somehow gets even better. Aura will give you up to $5 million. Yes, you heard that right. $5 million in identity theft insurance should things go really banana-shaped, and the unthinkable does happen. So, if this hasn't yet managed to convince you, let's try one last thing. If you get a wiggle on, you can go to aura.com/FrightRanker via the link posted in the description or comments for a 14-day trial of this genuinely excellent service. Other than that, well, let's go over the ground rules for what is going to be an absolute leviathan of a video. Number 1. This, like the last one, represents almost 2 years of videos sort of stapled together, as best as I could manage it. I was fortunately able to remaster the visuals from older ones with only 1 or 2 bits that wouldn't open properly, and the audio is, unlike Arc 1, fairly good all the way through. It still does, however, represent a hell of a lot of progress from my side in terms of style and delivery. This will thus resemble one of those geological core sample things. Is there a proper name for those? You know, where you can see the different strata? Yeah, those. As evolution of me as a content creator in terms of the latter, so yeah, in the language of manga, it does get better later. Enjoy regardless. It is actually quite interesting to watch this all back to back, starting with Arc 1 and seeing how my style has improved over the past years. Why not let me know in the comments what you think? Anything you would personally like me to work on? Anything I used to do that you miss? Just not the trains, please, those are long gone. Secondly, there may be a few nods or ads that are a touch out of date because of this. I have trimmed some out and I left some where they were. Think of it as a time capsule of the distant dusty days of late 2023 and early 2024. Lastly, there will indeed be a part 3, but before you ask, as this portion of the manga is, as of yet, incomplete, and Tsukushi is taking his sweet-ass time to the point some folks are wondering if this might not be one of those quiet cancellations of a piece of media, I am debating whether or not to start work on it now, or wait for the manga to wrap up. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Do you want more Made in Abyss content in 2025? Trippy Chris keeps telling me to do one of those if we get 3,000 likes I'll get it rolling things, but I've never liked the look of those, although holy crap, the idea's never tickled my pickle, but he may well be onto something. We will see. And with that, enjoy. Welcome back to the Abyss. I hope you have fun. Volume 6 opens with events an indeterminate time ago, and we see a small portion of matters that we heard about early in Volume 1. Riko has smuggled a huge and frigging adorable doggo into the orphanage. A dog called Reg. This, yeah, okay. As Vulpalox talks about in his incredible theory, which I did a video on some time ago, linked in the description, this might mean nothing, it might be Tsukushi trolling the hell out of us, or it might be something incredibly important. We'll see. And yeah, Season 2 jumps around in time quite a bit more than Season 1 did. Now, before we really get going here, if you've only watched the anime, this might seem a bit off to you, and there's a reason for that. The anime actually moves the narrative around a bit to create a more linear chronology, while the manga sort of starts in one place, then goes back in time, then back to the present, and then back and forth a bit. I actually like the way the manga tells the story better, but I will do my best to make it as easy to understand as possible. And yeah, folks who have read this thing know that's not an easy task. Anyway, cutting back to the party, we see them approach the altar of the absolute boundary, now equipped with a white whistle and preparing to head down past Edo Front and the point of no return, heading deep into the mysterious lower abyss of layers 6 and 7, their final dive. Yes, Season 2 will be almost entirely concerned with layer 6. We get a fair bit of small talk, and then the elevator-like relic begins to descend as Riko begins to realize how her white whistle works. It can interact with abyssal relics, and as with so much during this initial bit, keep it in mind for later. It will be important. As they descend through the massive subterranean sea of Layer 5, they pass by all sorts of crazy stuff, including this amazing Lovecraftian monstrosity. And yeah, this is all foreshadowing just how bizarre and bloody nasty the creatures below are going to get. As they descend, they encounter a layer of crystallized bones at the bottom of the sea, revealing Layer 5's namesake. It's all very ominous and eerie, and I love how the panels are structured in a way to suggest both claustrophobia and downwards motion. I've talked about this before, but I have a massive feathery hard-on for creative use of paneling to tell a story. It's one of the few things completely unique to the comic or manga medium, and it's not something you see done a lot. Tsukushi and I guess Alan Moore are the legitimate masters of this. As they descend, we see a pretty awesome little map showing their route and progress thus far, a lot of which you'd see later in the game, and after a while, the lift exits out into a bizarre, almost non-Euclidean space, the immense and incredibly alien Layer 6. We have arrived. And yeah, as I mentioned in my original series on this, which please don't go and watch that again, the audio is so bad, although I do kind of miss the trains. Layer 6 is where the art goes from amazing to gobsmackingly gorgeous. I mean, just look at this. The detail, the way the lines pull your eyes around in all sorts of weird directions, but always lead down to the tiny party at the bottom. Yeah, while I don't want this to be a comparison between the manga and the anime, as, once again, I do kind of recommend the anime for content reasons, this is one thing that really bothered me, in that the anime made Layer 6 feel so much more cramped and mundane than it did in the manga. What can you do? Anyway. As they begin to explore the area, we realize that it's mostly incredibly ancient ruins, partially crystallized, but also destroyed. A city of gold, in fact. And this, as we'll see in Volume 8, is almost certainly a nod to a number of real-life doomed expeditions to find El Dorado or similar legendary lost cities. It doesn't take long, however, for Nanachi to warn the party about nearby consciousnesses, likely monsters, beginning to show an interest in them. Yeah, it's time to make camp and take refuge. Sure enough, they soon spot an absolutely titanic creature, a turbanid dragon, the impossibly powerful, near indestructible, highly aggressive rulers of Layer 6, and we'll be getting to know these things pretty well later on, as well as some of the other bizarre and at times surreal creatures down this deep. Oh right, I'll be going with the official manga translation rather than the anime, and there are a few differences in nomenclature and pronunciation, so if something's different, that's why. But yeah, these things are great fun. Somewhere between a fulmar, a snail, and a seahorse, which makes sense. One term for a seahorse in Japanese can be translated as dragon child, and turbanid refers to a species of snail. Tsukushi really does pull a lot of inspiration from actual zoology for his primeval monsters, and it's fun pulling them apart. Anyway, they continue exploring and making their way into the lair when they are forced to flee by some sort of massive geothermal explosion. Layer 6 is even less hospitable to life than Layer 5, and that takes some doing. Eventually, the party makes camp and prepares food, using a hatchling creature, Bondrude's energy rations, and some other stuff in a sequence that made me mildly ill. And yes, Mrs. Owl will one day do her Made in Abyss cooking video, I promise. Regardless, with that done, Riko begins to wax nostalgic for the orphanage, so far away and high above, missing her friends, Nat, Shiggy, and Kiyui, as well as her mentors, Jiruo and Hablog. Yeah, this right here is the thing about Tsukushi's writing. I know some people find these little interludes to be overlong and pointless, some even calling them filler, but they not only serve to help us to get to know the characters a bit and understand the dynamics within the party, they serve the very important purpose of providing contrast. As I mentioned in my recent Kazuo Umezu video, if you make your story all dark or all weird all the time, eventually the reader gets used to it, like a cold swimming pool. But if you switch it up by periodically dumping warm water on people, yeah, this analogy is breaking down already. In the case of the narrative, by introducing some levity and slow moments, you not only stop this from happening, but you also make us care about the characters more. And thus, when something bad happens to them, it makes it hit really hard. Tsukushi is the master at this, giving us just enough levity to keep us engaged, but then slowly tweaking the dials to amp up our anxiety and our fear, knowing that there is always bad stuff on the horizon. We continue with the interlude and learn that Nanachi actually has some pretty impressive artistic chops as they attempt to send a letter back to the surface to let everyone know they're fine, for a given value of fine, I guess. But even their pretty substantial precautions to ward creatures off does absolutely nothing. Yeah, Ozen wasn't kidding when she said that the creatures down this deep are something else entirely. Eventually though, they bed down in a collapsed tower, with Reg deploying his arm trap as usual, and snuggled up to a big fluffy pillow called Nanachi, they all fall asleep. Nanachi wakes first, due to Reg chewing on her tail in his sleep. Okay, that's pretty funny. And finds, that's not good. Her drawing of the party, taken by that flying creature, which, yes, I'm sure is called something, has been returned. Only it's also been defaced. Nanachi has been crossed out, and someone has drawn what looks like a crude inverted stick figure over Reg. Riko soon wakes and realizes that her whistle has been stolen from around her neck. They quickly ascertain that this is all worse than it first appears. Whoever did this was able to retrieve the picture from the huge flying monster intact, sneak up on them through Reg's arm trap without any issue, and completely bypass Nanachi's special senses. All of this without them realizing. They immediately strike off in hot pursuit, with Reg tracking Prushka via her scent. Soon they encounter, a pair of animal carcasses, stuffed full of hair with their rectums sewn up. Hair that turns out to be from the party. Wow, I didn't know you got Blair Witches down this deep. Don't worry, most of this will be explained later, and it isn't quite what it seems. Still creepy though. Refusing to be intimidated, the party pushes forward, and they begin finding huge, deeply set bipedal tracks, moving in the direction of Prushka's scent. What the hell? How did this thing sneak up on them? They follow for some time, and eventually encounter an absolutely massive mountain of some sort, rising up from the plains, and set in its side a large cave, festooned with bones. Above its entrance, that ominous inverted figure symbol. As with so many things in this arc, keep this symbol in mind for later, as this will also be kind of explained. As they approach, they realize that the strange mountain is, in fact, the absolutely colossal, long-dead carcass of some bizarre Lovecraftian creature, with an immense tubular body stretching up to a ridiculous height, and huge, root-like appendages grounding it. Feeling a great and understandable deal of trepidation, the party makes their way along the long, rickety walkway, unbelievably high above the plains below. And as they get closer, they hear the sound of distant muffled muttering and begin to get the sense that someone or something is watching them. They also realize that to enter the monster, they would need to pass through and enter an even creepier area, a Leviathan passage hung with endless human-looking bones before entering out into something truly beyond belief. At the center of the great carcass, a mind-bogglingly massive cavern, and within that cavern, a village. Welcome to Iruburu. No, I refuse to call this place Iblu or Ilbu, and yes, if you look carefully, there is a definite skull motif here. Deep beneath the earth, they have discovered the hidden village of the Hollows, and this is where we'll be spending most of the season. Yes, this is another area where the anime feels a bit different. The manga makes Iruburu look incredibly grand and intimidating, while in the anime it looks like a middling hippie festival in the desert, or perhaps some kind of hardcore furry camping event. Although that would be pretty intimidating in its own right. You know I kid. As they make their way in, they are watched by three figures. A strange horned creature in robes, something that looks way too much like a vagina and butthole for me not to point it out, and a long serpentine thing. As with so many things, don't worry about it, we will learn a great deal about this trio in due course. Soon, they are confronted by yet another strange creature, who we later learn is called Majikaja. And yes, I am going to be calling him Kaja from now on because that is a phonetic car crash of a name. This guy is even more odd than his appearance would suggest, as he's actually a sentient gas contained within a system of bladders and pipes. Very Grant Morrison, who, yes, used the term smart fart, and that still gets a chuckle out of me. Kaja explains that Prushka, the whistle, or as he refers to her, it. What are the pronouns of a whistle? This manga makes my brain squeak sometimes. As your worth, as well as a life-reverberating stone, was indeed brought here, and that he will take them to find it. Her, let's go with her. On their way, they begin to attract more and more attention from the bizarre residents of Iruburu, including... Wait, does that creature have a butt for a head? Oh, Tsukushi. And the curse/force field simply does not exist within the village. The membrane they passed through as they entered seems to separate the part of the abyss with the force field. That's such a strange term. And this special segment where it does not exist. And this means that the party are free to move upwards at will without getting mittied. Yes, yet again, keep this in mind for much, much later, as it coincides with what I consider to be the single saddest, most tragic moment in this entire horribly depressing manga, well, thus far. We'll get there. As they go, Reg and Riko inquire of Nanachi as to what the hell these creatures are, and even she's pretty much stumped. They do indeed look like hollows, possibly even blessed hollows, but there's a lot of them, and their forms are so strange and so specific. Not the furry bait things we've seen when the blessing is forced via Bondrud's machine, or even what he turned into that, well, she just sort of shrugs. Yeah, we will learn more about what the hell is going on here later, and because it's made an abyss, it's both somehow really confusing and really twisted. Again, we'll get more about this when we eventually tackle Volume 8. Let's just say that the crack I made about Behelitz way back in my Season 1 video will make a lot more sense then. Now, this next bit is very interesting. They find Prushka being chipped away at by a crab-like hollow, and while Reg is appalled, Riko tells him that Prushka doesn't mind. Kaja explains that a white whistle must be refined before it can truly be useful, converted from that weird heart shape into an actual instrument. This is also when we are first introduced to the concept of value, which will be a running theme in Season 2 and is really dense and really confusing. We will go into it a little bit later on, but once again, I would strongly recommend you watch Pooty Spaghetti's video on this stuff. This does make me wonder though, does this mean that all the white whistles pass through Iruburu to have their whistles refined, as all of them have this fine, specific shape? Because, yeah, that just raises further questions. We do learn that the villages are indeed hollows, and as we'll find out later, hollows are even more complex than has been previously indicated. As Kaja shows them around, they enter a marketplace, and Riko is astonished to see the belongings of cave raiders, including, in an astonishing coincidence, something that looks very much like her mother's work. But when she touches it, this provokes an intense reaction from the shopkeep. Kaja goes on to explain that even touching something with value without permission is a very serious offense here. The village begins to take on a somewhat more threatening tone, as when Riko asks how she would go about buying stuff, Kaja tells her that her possessions probably aren't of any value. Instead, she could sell body parts or organs, which appalls Riko, to which Kaja immediately apologizes. Yeah, Iruburu takes value very, very seriously. Oh, and the money here has that inverted figure on it. Reg, however, in a surprisingly astute moment, realizes that all of this has very neatly distracted them from the issue of who exactly messed with them in their sleep and took Prushka. But, and this is also interesting and very, very important, Kaja goes on to explain a little bit about how hollows work. Their forms, you see, are not arbitrary. They are in fact forged around desires of some kind, some direct, but often fairly abstract. For instance, a hollow that likes to cut things might get big bladed pincers, and this is often interpreted as explaining why Nanachi, as an even better example, smells nice. She was a street urchin constantly reeking of garbage. However, he also hints that something else is in play here, differentiating Nanachi from the villagers as, I guess you could say, a true hollow. Once again, as I've said so many times in this video already, we will learn more about this later. So don't fret if you are a little bit confused at this point. As they are surrounded by villagers, Riko encounters another very odd hollow, even by the standards of this place, Ma, who immediately shows an almost childlike interest in Mania. And this, oh boy, this heralds the first truly Made in Abyss moment of this volume, and I guess this season. Be warned, things are about to get nasty. So, this sequence involves a set of situations that should be immediately identifiable for a lot of folks, as Riko and Ko are surrounded by curious but vaguely threatening hollows who, fairly soon, snatch Mania away. And yeah, as anyone who's had a pet suddenly co-opted by an aggressive younger child will attest, this results in a genuinely tense and honestly pretty upsetting sequence where Ma and several other hollows treat the poor little creature far too roughly, pulling it about and manhandling it, and then I will spare you the extremely graphic moment where Ma accidentally squeezes it too hard, causing Mania to suffer a prolapse from the anus, as well as an orbital exoneration, meaning an eye almost pops out. This gets even more intense when Riko, much as a kid would do, freaks out to a reproachful Ma's terror. Kaja asks Riko what Mania's value was, and forgetting what she'd learned about Iruburu and how seriously touching things with value sans permission, especially if this results in that value decreasing, is taken here, makes the very unwise decision to say that she is impossibly, irreplaceably valuable. Much as, yes, a naive child might do when they feel hurt or slighted. And yeah, folks who've read this or watched the anime before know what's coming, as it leads to this bit. In another sequence that I probably can't show too much of, trust me, it is graphic. A Shoggoth-like thing rises up around Ma, seemingly from the very essence of the village itself, and begins to rip into her, tearing, oh bloody hell, several stuffed animals out of her body. I know that this is highly disputed, but in my opinion, there is at least a fairly high probability that Ma might have been a toddler before transforming. The walk, the lack of speech, the odd affect, the love for stuffed animals, and the way she handled Mania, to name a few. So this is just all sorts of horrible, and especially now, as a father to a child nearing toddler age, frigging difficult to get through, especially as the black goo begins partially flaying Ma. Nanachi is visibly traumatized, and Reg is aghast, with Riko utterly horrified by what she, due to extremely poor judgment, set in motion, begging Kaja to make it stop. He tells her that he can't, and that the balancing will continue until morale improves. I mean, until an equilibrium of value has been achieved. And then, suddenly extremely threatening, looks directly at Riko and asks if maybe she might have overstated Mania's value. Yup, the village is not a place for casual or thoughtless words, especially as so far as value is concerned. As the now eviscerated and half-flayed Ma's body parts are traded for by the crowd, this part really does not sit well with me, and I wish I could tell you that Season 2 gets better. Fortunately though, it will soon get at least 1,000% more awesome. You'll see what I mean. Now, before we end this bit, there are two things that I want to mention here at the halfway point of the volume, as they are pretty damn interesting. The first is this pair of twin characters, Shirumi and Minae, who appear in these in-between chapter segments from time to time. I'm not going to delve too much into these characters at this point, but let's just say, and yeah, this could have been the title for this video, This will be important later, so remember it. We will get there, but not for a good long while. Secondly, this entire village arc and some of the stuff that'll happen towards the end of the volume makes me wonder if Tsukushi is trying to express a very common phobia in Japan, and one that is often perceived by outsiders as another example of Japanese insularism or even xenophobia, but in reality is more a byproduct of a highly regimented and propriety-based society. The fear of going somewhere new where you don't understand all the unwritten rules and either making a complete mule of yourself or causing serious trouble without realizing it. Junji Ito also touches on this one a fair bit. It's something that I have often encountered working over there, especially when I was preparing exchange students heading to the USA or to the UK for homestay programs. So, who knows? As a badly injured Ma is left to her fate after the carelessly invoked balancing, stripping her of her prized possessions and a large portion of her flesh, although, as you'll see later, flesh is, well, it works a bit differently in Iruburu, which might be why Kaja was so cavalier about suggesting that Riko sacrifice body parts or her fat. Regardless, the always astute Nanachi asks Kaja exactly what you're probably wondering. If touching a valued object without explicit consent, and thus lowering said object's value, is such a big deal within the village, why did the theft of Prushka by whoever that was not result in the balancing emerging and it seeking compensation? After all, regardless of motivation, the whistle was essentially stolen. Well, Kaja goes on to explain that the power and the protection of the village only applies to things and beings within the borders of the village, presumably expressed by the odd membrane surrounding it, and this gives us another hint as to something rather important when Nanachi asks if it wasn't the Iruburu Hollows, then who exactly was it that took Prushka? Kaja predictably dodges this. Regardless, a still somewhat appalled Riko winds up being given a large number of coins, representing, I assume, value compensation for the gradually recovering mania. However, feeling deservedly crappy for, at least from her perspective, an overreaction resulting in the suffering of the childlike and likely not ill-intentioned Ma, asks Kaja if she has to take them. He surprisingly answers that it's not important. Value has been transferred, and I don't fully follow this part. Even if she were to throw the coins away, they would still somehow be bound to her? Yeah, again, Season 2 is pretty cryptic at times. He also tells her that the value of said coins is pretty high, and this will allow her to get basically whatever she could want within the village, naturally within reason, and also means that the Hollows will likely be at least mildly scared of her and will avoid hurting her. Yeah, remember this for Volume 7 please, as something happens there that again I don't fully understand, and also something that doesn't sit well with me. I also don't understand what Kaja means by passing the body through, but as it looks like the party doesn't either and the story never bothers explaining, I won't worry about it. Is this just a reference to Kaja's true nature being a gas? I really should check the Japanese more, but man, I do not have the time. Anyways, Riko attempts to engage some of the local Hollows in conversation, asking them if they know of a place of lodging, but are met with blank stares and incomprehension until Riko straight up resorts to pantomime. Holy crap, does this take me back to my early days in Japan, where I was somehow able to ask where the breakfast cereals were in a supermarket in a similar manner. Also fried chicken, which was a fun one, especially as fried chicken turned out to be basically fraido chicken in Japanese. Regardless, this works and they are led off to an inn, with Reg and Nanachi marveling at the irrepressible Riko who, despite witnessing the absolutely horrible spectacle of the balancing firsthand, and yes, I apologize for any noises, it is bloody cold outside right now and our heater just does that, has bounced back marvelously fast. She really does have a love and fascination for everything Abyss related, only, as you'll see soon, saying that Riko has underestimated the village and Layer 6 as a whole in terms of dangerousness and depth is like saying that the surface of the sun is hot. Both statements are true, but both statements are a dramatic understatement. Yeah, Layer 6, man, here there be monsters. The inn is, much like the rest of Iruburu, sort of filthy. Everything seems to be at least partially organic and swarming with bugs, including a toilet that, no thank you. It also seems apparent that many of the hollows here simply piss or defecate wherever they like, much in the manner of animals, and this contributes to the general nastiness of the village at times. Yeah, Iruburu is nasty, and this is not something that the anime captured particularly well, as it lacks the grimy, icky, and often meaty look it has in the manga. Oh, and something that is absolutely creeptastic occurs to me here. As per what Kaja said in the previous video, the forms that the village hollows have taken is related to their own desires and things they find pleasurable or important. So, is the toilet a hollow? Because if so, I kind of don't want to know. Riko does eat the, I think it was a stew or a soup of some kind, and actually quite likes how it tastes. But is predictably struck down almost immediately with a bad case of okay. I cannot actually think of a good one that isn't amazingly ethnically insensitive, so let's go with rectal volcanism and leave it at that. And this leaves Riko to navigate that Lovecraftian crapper on her own, while Reg and Nanachi head out to explore, only to see that the village is suddenly bustling, with all of the villagers heading off in a specific direction. They run into Kaja and ask him what's happening, and he mentions Faputa. Hell yes, here we go. And when they inquire further, he is even more reluctant than usual to reveal details, saying only that she's very rarely seen, very angry, but is, however, the literal and immortal embodiment of value, almost a deity to him and the other hollows, revered and, at the same time, feared. Intrigued, Reg heads out to see if he can get a glimpse of the creature, and this is where something very, very important to the story later is honestly just kind of dropped in without ceremony. In the meantime, Nanachi and Kaja go off in search of palatable provisions for the party, much to Kaja's dismay as he really wanted to catch a glimpse of Faputa. Reg notices that all of the hollows are clustered right at the entrance to the village, touching the membrane but not passing through. And yes, I just realized that the membrane does bear a striking resemblance to a set of beef curtains, and that this is not the only vaginal symbolism in this story. Just you wait until later. And while Reg passes through without any major fuss, he realizes that, for some reason, these hollows cannot leave the village. This is crucial, and yeah, when I did my last video on this stuff, I don't think I even realized that it had been introduced at this point. A touch anticlimactic, to be honest, for such a bloody important plot detail. And yes, Kaja did kind of hint at it earlier. I don't know, it's just kind of odd that it was introduced in such a casual manner. Sure enough, as Reg heads out, we finally get our introduction to by Miles, the most essential character in the entire arc. Riding an enormous mech, the mysterious, immortal, and bloody powerful Princess of the Hollows. It's time to meet Faputa. Before Reg can do more than gape, she appears to recognize him, moves in a fascinating, almost flowing, liquid fashion, which, yes, is one of the aspects of Season 2 that the anime, to its definite credit, captured perfectly. Seriously, the way Faputa moves and the various forms her body takes are just so endlessly entertaining. Regardless, she suddenly appears behind him with an oddly intimidating aura. And at last, we finally get a good look at the creature. There's a lot going on here. Firstly, as you can maybe tell, she's my favorite thing, but also my least favorite thing about the manga. Favorite because her story, her design, and just the various things Tsukushi does with her artistically are just something else. You'll see what I mean later. So what do I mean by the least favorite part? Well, see if you can guess. Yeah, it's that sodding improvised bikini that in maybe 60% of panels leaves her left breast fully, or at least partially exposed, meaning that, yeah, if there is anything that looks even slightly like a nipple, or even just too much cleavage or side boob, it's gonna get censored. Sorry folks, YouTube is really anal about this stuff right now. And yes, you'll be seeing a lot of her moving forward, so yay me. However, as she grabs him and easily pins him in place with two of her forearms, a subtle indicator that Faputa is actually brokenly overpowered, as Reg himself is immensely strong. He suddenly experiences yet another flashback, showing Faputa in a state of incredible happiness, literally crying with joy. However, she appears frustrated that he doesn't recognize her, and, realizing that the village is watching her in a pretty funny scene, grabs them both up in, no. Even after watching the anime, I have no idea what happens here, and leaves with him aboard her mech. I think she can control the hair on her body, I don't know. Meanwhile, Nanachi and Kaja are discussing the village, and more about how value is determined. I should really stop repeating myself and just say a great big, keep this all in mind for later folks over nearly everything mentioned, but Kaja explains that the village is somehow sentient and also telepathic, and knows the value of stuff to an individual even at the most subjective or internal level, which actually does let Riko off the hook somewhat. Even had she not made such a fuss over Mania, it likely wouldn't have changed anything regarding Ma's fate. Although in this case, why did Kaja react the way he did? Let me know in the comments. Nanachi explores this concept further, asking what would happen if, for instance, someone was delusional and convinced themselves that something was substantially more valuable than it really is, i.e. a lie. To which Kaja interestingly responds that this would become their own truth. Yes, keep this in mind for okay, I'll stop. He asks her, in turn, what it is that she values, and after mentioning the party, she brings up Mitty, to which Kaja drops a nuclear bombshell on her almost casually. Not only does he recognize the name, surprising the intelligent little hollow, but says that someone called Belaf, one of the 3 sages, the founders of the village, is using her, causing both me and Nanachi to do a massive double take, especially as Kaja refers to Mitty as something the masked man, which we later learn was Bondrude, left behind down here. But how the hell is that possible? If you've forgotten, Mitty was euthanized by Reg pretty irrevocably, using his incinerator quite some time ago. Well, as with a few other things, by which I mean most of this volume, this will come into focus later on. Back with Reg and Faputa, we start getting a better look at her. She's very clearly based on an animal, or more likely animals, but which exact animals she's based on are the subject of some really fun debates online, with the most common being either a fox, due to her having a musk gland, the distinctive ears, and something that resembles tails on her butt, and a poodle moth, which apparently isn't even a real creature, although I can't determine this one way or the other. Are poodle moths real? Feel free to let me know. Anyways, the reason people call her a moth is due to her multiple limbs, insectile hands, and general floofiness. However, while I cannot find any definitive information about this, a lot of people have told me that apparently Tsukushi has said that Faputa is actually based on a species of sheep. A Scottish blackface sheep if I recall correctly, but don't quote me on this. Regardless, she seems pretty upset that he doesn't remember her, to the point where she's not sure if he's, well, really even himself, or if maybe he's some sort of imposter. She then pins him against the wall and reveals, well, another fascinating part of her anatomy, and something that I didn't really understand until I saw it in the anime, a concealed secondary limb on her arms, ending in a long, needle-sharp talon, which she drives into his navel, assumably to sample his blood and confirming his identity. This, however, causes him a fair amount of pain and also makes him pretty angry. Things get uncomfortably sexual for a bit, which let's not. But Faputa also reveals that she's more than a bit jealous of his companions, wondering which of them is his haku, the thing he treasures most, or in the language of Iruburu, the thing of highest value to him. Reg also twigs onto what you're hopefully wondering about too, as he becomes frustrated and mildly angry at her. Why the hell is she calling him Reg? Because this was the name Riko gave him. And yeah, I still have no idea about this one. And this actually makes her really upset, particularly as he prepares to leave. Faputa, suddenly threatening again, says something else that I didn't pick up on my first time through, asking Reg if he plans on living in the same time as Riko. I'll leave you Maiden Abyss theorists to explain that one, but also indicates that, well, Reg is immortal, or at least absurdly long-lived, and thus they would have the Lady Arwen problem. Even if he wanted to stay with Riko, she would die of old age, while he remained something that at least resembled a boy, long after she passed. Whereas, if he were to stay with Faputa as an immortal, well, you do the math. Nonetheless, she and the mech do allow him to pass without interference, despite the evident distress this turn of events has caused her. As he leaves, Reg mulls all of this over. He oddly does consider Faputa beautiful. Mate? Not quite the word I'd use, which would likely be adorably terrifying, but has nothing but the most fragmented memories of the strange little hollow. And, here we go. Right off into the frigging wibbly-woos. Although I will say that this bit does make a little bit more sense now, with more information revealed in the newer chapters. Reg walks out into the vast ruins and expanse of Layer 6. Still deep in contemplation, he finds his thoughts wandering back to the folks in Orth and wondering how they're all doing. Almost on cue, he notices that, from an unfathomable distance high above, petals are beginning to fall around him like a beautiful but ominous rain. Okay, so this next bit is very odd, and it occurs at an indeterminate time in the story. All we know for sure, at least to my understanding, is that this happens after Reg and Riko left for the Abyss. And yes, this is all further complicated by the established temporal anomalies and various timey-wimey shenanigans that occur within the Abyss. We learned that a large number of Orthians have passed away recently of a strange ailment striking on their birthdays, imaginatively called the birthday death disease. This was previously considered a myth, but is now somehow suddenly a reality. We kind of see how everyone in Orth is doing. Spoiler, not well. And we also meet Mio, who I think she was in the game, a pharmacist from a local fleet. And we learn that Kiyui, the baby of the group, has also fallen ill with the disease. He was struck down with a dreadful fever and then slipped right into a coma. Mio agrees to take a look at him, and we see what might be the source of the petals that Reg observed. Oh boy, a rather large number of funeral rites are being performed, with the ashes of the departed mixed with eternal fortune petals and returned to the Abyss, along with a sort of nameplate. Very Japanese in a way. When he's taken to the ship and thus away from Orth, strangely enough, Kiyui bounces right back and is seemingly healthy. This gives us the ominous implication that this disease, or as people are referring to it, the curse, has started emanating out of the Abyss and onto the surface. We also get a slightly longer, but no less cryptic second interlude between Ozen, Jiro, and Marulk, where they discuss this phenomenon, inferring a potential connection between the praying skeletons located in strata 2,000 years apart within the Abyss and this disease. But Ozen says that even as a white whistle, she has no idea. Oh, and this is really bloody interesting. The topic of conversation moves on to Reg, with Ozen confirming that Reg does indeed have some direct connection to Liza. Not only do they talk similarly, but Reg uses a fighting style very similar to hers, both in terms of attack and defense. Even Reg's constant use of the word irredeemable turns out is one of Liza's mannerisms. Huh? Reg is Liza confirmed? Question mark? It turns out that Jiro has come to ask some sort of favor of Ozen, above and beyond his inquiries about the birthday death disease, to which she agrees as long as he accompanies her, to which he is seemingly kind of reluctant. And while we will see more of this, it won't be for a good while. As Volume 6 draws to a close, we get one last interlude before we return to the main party, showing Shirumi and Minae. Oh yeah, this bit. Please let me know in the comments if you have any idea what's going on here. These are the twins we've seen here and there, most notably in the Hollow Abyss segments, now seen in a dark, confined space, swarming with insects. And from context, I assume that the inference is that one of them is already dead and rotting, although yeah, this is going to get really complicated in Season 3, but the only truly important details we get are, again, I think one is dead and that one is dying. As we cut back to the present, future, whatever, Reg finds their funeral plaque. He then looks up and in one of the most haunting images from the manga, sees dozens, possibly even hundreds of similar plaques raining down around him, surrounded by a blizzard of ash and petals. Is this something that has happened, something that is happening, or something that is yet to happen? I guess we'll have to wait to find out. In any respect, we end the volume with the party separated. Riko is still farting out her soup. Reg is observing the beautiful and yet frightening spectacle of the falling petals. Faputa is deep in thought about what just transpired, and Nanachi, oh man, Nanachi. All we see is her responding with a mixture of joy, confusion, and absolute horror at a very familiar form lying on a pillow in some lushly decorated area. But that will have to wait until next time, which is where Season 2 finally starts to pick up speed in a big way. We rejoin Riko, who still has the runs, as she tries to adjust to the Iruburu food, and we do get confirmation that, the toilet is, in fact, a hollow. Let's not think too much about that, aside from the fact that Tsukushi really does seem to wear his fetishes on his sleeve, and quite a few are about, well, butts and poo. Do you need to talk to someone, mate? Regardless, Riko quickly realizes that Reg and Nanachi have gone off on their own and begins to panic a bit, likely remembering just how fast went pear-shaped the last time they were separated like this. Remember when the Umbra Hands kidnapped Reg and removed his arm, and also Bondru tried to coerce Nanachi back into his service? Well, yeah, you'd be paranoid too. Absent any other options, Riko begins to search for them rather frantically and heads outside, where we get another art switch up to demonstrate that the village has definitely started to take on a somewhat more threatening tone. Yeah, as mentioned back in Season 1, this is a thing Tsukushi does that I really like. When he wants to move from the fantasy adventure feel to horror, he'll go in for a much higher contrast and more jagged art style, as opposed to the generally softer look typical of this manga. As anyone who's been here for a while will tell you, I'm a sucker for stuff like this, using the art style to tell a story in and of itself. Just wait until we tackle Higurashi in, oh wow, it's going to be sooner than I had anticipated. And no, I don't think I am going to do another 100-minute video to kick that off, simply because rendering Gantz made my PC cry tears of fire. As she heads towards the central market, she realizes that, yet again, she's being followed by a large troop of hollows, who, after she hears one say Maji Kaja, allows them to lead her somewhere because Riko has a death wish. Seriously, kids, don't follow strangers into dark alleys. Now, this next bit was fortunately dialed back somewhat in the anime, and I'll be honest here, it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me. See,
despite us knowing how valuable she is in Iruburu and knowing how nearly omniscient the balancing is, the Hollows straight up assault her in a panel that I can't really show you due to some nudity and icky connotations. Don't worry, it's not quite as bad as I'm making it out, but I'm still not putting that up on YouTube even censored. But yeah, as Riko herself points out, this is very confusing, as the Hollows must know that messing with her is a bad idea. I'm not sure. Is this some attempt to stop her learning the truth of the village? Is this just a weird Hollow gang? Let me know in the comments. Regardless, she's saved by Ma before things can get even more unpleasant. Wait, what? How is Ma here and fully healed after being balanced? But yeah, okay. This might make a bit of sense as some Hollows can regenerate. Ma is scarred, but the weird toddler-like creature seems otherwise mostly unscathed, and likely feeling remorseful for accidentally smushing Mania, she straight up comes to the rescue and is able to buy them some time to slip away before the balancing comes for the attacking Hollows. See? You must have known this was a bad idea, but it does result in Riko temporarily losing her iconic helmet. Regardless, she seems as confused as I am about these going-ons, and yeah, that's Volume 7. It's a bit more, well, eventful than Volume 6, but it's still very much in slow burn mode until a weirdly obligatory feeling action beat towards the end. That isn't to say that nothing happens. Quite a lot does actually, but it's all still very cryptic, as we are still very much being kept in the dark and in the thick of setting things up for later regarding the various mysteries of the village. I promise you though, once things do start kicking off, they really do not stop. And the last 2 volumes of this arc are bananas. That said, pay attention, as this is definitely where the tone of the manga begins to shift. Once again, from a fairly light-hearted fantasy adventure yarn with the occasional serious or violent sequence, back to becoming, well, Made in Abyss, and the dark stuff to come may be some of the darkest material that I have ever dealt with on this channel, both in terms of what is shown and what is simply implied. We will also, by the end of the next volume, experience what I continue to be among the best manga panels ever put to, well, digital paper. That's for the future. Anyways.
Riko decides to let Ma travel with her as she searches for her friends. Likely not a bad idea. She's just learned her lesson that being a human child alone in Iruburu is probably not the smartest idea, and Ma is quite a bit stronger than she looks. Reg, on the other hand, has become quite lost in the wasteland outside Iruburu, Zoro/Kenpachi style, after escaping from the scare-adorable Faputa's lair, and worse yet. And yes, take note here, this should really be called foreshadowing the volume. The turbaned dragon that was after them earlier still has their scent and is still pursuing them, I think. Without spoilers, this might be another dragon. Regardless, neither is especially good. Sure enough, he rounds the corner and narrowly avoids a powerful strike from the creature. Reg, that thing is as big as, I don't know, the behemoth from The Mist. I'm not quite sure how you didn't notice it, but again, I really do love this panel. The use of perspective here is genuinely clever,
and it gives you a good idea of just how enormous these things are. Something else that the anime didn't really capture. Scale is one of those things that, to be fair, is much more difficult to do in animation. He tries to slip away, but I guess like the orb piercer, it can read his movements, and while he is able to catch its strike on his tough arm plate, he is still sent flying. Worse yet, and yeah, take note, that strike actually managed to chip his plating. And this is kind of worrying. Keep in mind that Reg has, up until now, seemed virtually indestructible. The only thing that seemed to cause him any lasting harm was the brokenly overpowered Faputa using one of her talons on his weak spot, and Bondrud's Sparagmos weapon that was used to sever his arm. This means that the dragons can produce a relatively similar amount of destructive potential with just a physical strike. Yeah, creatures down this deep are scary, yo. The dragon then proceeds to fire a projectile consisting of vomit and, I think, debris, with enough force to blast him flying, knocking him right off a cliff, but it then leaves, as a falling Reg pondered what the hell just happened, chalking it up to the creature defending a large territorial domain. I will say though, that the almost bird-like appearance of the dragon's head and its offensive use of vomitus has always made me wonder if there's a bit of Fulmar baked into the design, if not one of those bull squids from Half-Life. Tsukushi has stated that he likes to base his monsters off actual biology, and a seagull that projectile vomits to ward off predators is just something I can see him being into. I don't know. The man is either a giant weirdo or a giant troll. I suspect both. Anyway, on his way down, he's snagged by Faputa's mech, who absolutely astonishes him by speaking, revealing that it's not just an ancient Ghibli-esque creaking machine. It is, in fact, a sentient being, and we will later learn that he is actually named Gaburuon, and he tells Reg that when he's around, bad stuff seems to happen. But more concerning, there's something major brewing. Gabu warns Reg to leave as fast as he can and to take his companions with him. Apparently, Faputa is going to do a bad thing, or the village is going to do a bad thing, and neither can be prevented. I think the implication is that Reg's arrival is going to be the catalyst that sets it all off. And if that's not cryptic enough, we then cut over to Kaja, who seems genuinely worried about Nanachi, and says, okay, lots going on here. He tells us that the village is a closed cradle, and if you remain in it, you will somehow both become its captive and be given the thing that you desire most. Most interestingly though, in his words, your value shall transition. Now, I am not fully clear on the latter part, but I suspect that he means you will lose something fundamental in exchange for gaining what you desire. Sure enough, we move to a strangely ominous panel showing a sleeping Nanachi and, what the hell, Mitty being watched over by a long eel-like creature with text saying that if this were to happen, your journey would end here in eternal peace. And yeah, that's a phrase that becomes a lot more sinister the more you think about it. As the chapter draws to a close, we get another of Tsukushi's weird interjections, this time in the form of his notes on Ma. It's interesting to see Riko using gender-neutral pronouns here, because for some reason I most often see Ma being referred to as a female. But yeah, she has a big ass, and we get confirmation that there's a butthole somewhere in there too, and that Ma smells like poo. Oh, Tsukushi. Once again, I am never sure whether you are a consummate degenerate or are trolling us all pretty hard. over with Reg and Gaburu on, we see that the mech is a very capable fighter, and it actually just occurred to me how similar he and the first boss of Binary Star Falling into Darkness look. There are some subtle differences between Gabu and the fan-named Bomber boss, but it's still interesting. They are slowly but surely being pursued and mobbed by Zerg-like swarms of lesser beasts and are having to fight their way through, as Gabu, I assume, is escorting Reg back to the village in the hopes that he will grab his companions and bugger off before whatever catastrophe he's foreseeing their arrival as heralding kicks off. As they go, we get a lot of exposition, including confirmation that Reg did in fact know Faputa at some point in the past, and that there is some kind of significant history between the two. We also see that Gabu calls this layer Shoro, a term that will become significant in Volume 7, and okay, this is also really bloody important to remember. Apparently, both Gabu and Reg are manufactured beings called interference units, despite their evident combat readiness and overall power. Their purpose is allegedly more along the lines of being observation and study bots within the Abyss. However, Gabu is unsure of who or what exactly created them, but does elaborate, however, that Reg is something special. Typically, interference units are bound to a specific layer, while Reg is able to roam between layers at will. What is more odd to me, to be honest though, is that Gabu is very much more of a hulking robot, and as we'll see later, or as anyone who has played the game will recall, interference units typically look like this. Big chunky robots with zigzag-shaped faces, eyes, while Reg is very clearly humanoid and much smaller. That said, eventually they do reach a rocky outcrop and look down onto Iruburu, giving us another fascinating angle of the place, and also demonstrating just how enormous the village is. A skyscraper stretching up from the deep plains below, reaching the clouds and beyond. Yeah, the topography of Layer 6 is kind of all over the place, and the pacing, and the tone, and the perspective. Yeah, it's a weird arc. And speaking of things that are weird, we cut back over to Riko, who's gone to find some food and is struggling. The inn does have a dining room, and apparently it smells pretty good, but it also kind of hums, likely due to all the poop-reeking hollows around. Honestly, this sequence and large portions of Volumes 6 and 7 remind me a lot of the nearly perfect Sento Chihiro no Kamikakushi, something else that makes me wonder if someone might have some latent trauma from traveling abroad. It's somewhere between being whimsical and being bloody terrifying. Riko winds up ordering something that, okay, spoiler, it's surprisingly delicious and spicy, but it turns out to be, if I understand it correctly, something like a haggis but smoked in a testicle. Now, there's a combination of words that I did not think would ever come out of my mouth. The things I do for you. Well, I guess I ate weirder things in Japan. Riko strikes up a conversation with the tavern keeper who, if I remember correctly, is named Mugi. And, as it so happens, she can speak Orthian? We learn that a number of the hollows can, in fact, speak it too, including this creepy plant-like dude, who's always kind of reminded me of the Dredge from Dead by Daylight. Meet Wazukian, another of the three sages. And this guy's a lot, as you will see later. The trio chat with Wazukian. No, you do not get a cute nickname, you know what you did, being weirdly chill. Almost boyish, and yet, at the same time, kind of inscrutable.
After the innkeeper tells Riko that the 3 sages are the founders of the village, and thus marking Wazukyan as someone of intense importance, she begins freaking out a bit in a very Japanese way. However, she quickly realizes that, Wazukyan is hard to get a bead on. As with everything in this bloody volume, it will all start making much more sense further in. Now, this next bit is either important, not important, or pure coincidence, but after Wazukyan basically gives her 5 and leaves, no, I'm not kidding, that is a thing that happens. Riko smells her hand, why? And says that he smells like the sun. This is very similar to how Faputa allegedly smells, and no, even with spoilers, I'm not exactly sure if there's really any connection there or what, but it's still odd. However, the part that comes after is, well, let's just say once again, we have a gigantic blast of foreshadowing on its way. Man, reading this again, I always forget just how cleverly old Tsukushi sets up the pitch-black revelations coming later in Volume 7 and onwards. Riko asks the innkeeper, Mugi, to teach her some of the local language, to which she happily obliges. And yes, in another very funny panel, confirms that no, not even she can understand Ma. Along with a lot of vocabulary, Riko learns that the Iruburu language is odd, with a single lexical item referring to a number of other concepts to varying degrees at the same time. Which means that it's actually quite similar to Japanese kanji in a way. For instance, Iruburu refers to, roughly, 50% village, 40% cradle, and 10% mother. Yet again, keep this in the back of your minds. This next sequence, however, I don't really follow the logic of. Mugi suggests that Riko investigates an area at the very edge of the village called Dogu Upu and tells her that it's a place where villagers don't like to go as it makes them feel really horrible. Perhaps her friends went there. Why? I actually don't know if this is Mugi trying to quietly nudge Riko towards the truth of the village as she seems to be pretty good-natured or what. Regardless, because, as always, our silly little protagonist has the self-preservation instincts of a chicken in hell. She climbs down into the ominous-looking black void, with only Ma to protect her. Down in the depths, Riko finds herself walking through a swampy substance and sees, oh, hang on. I think that this is implied to be the balancing itself, meaning that Doguupu is its source. Sure enough, she finds herself standing in a veritable lake of the stuff, which really is starting to resemble dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller individual creatures forming this tide. And this scene reminds me a lot of Groga the Ogre. He says, referencing yet another thing that I will bet you nobody else watching this video knows about. Yes, I am a very old man. They proceed deeper and deeper in, until, at the very heart of the place, they find, what the hell, a haggard-looking woman, surrounded by the flowing balancing, somehow bound to the place. Meet Fueko, and this character is going to be frigging vitally important when it comes to piecing together the truth of this village in the night. For instance, she appears to speak the language of the Hollows, but is still definitely human. She's also going to be a bit of a nightmare for me as, at present, while her hair is a convenient barrier, she, not to put too fine a point on it, but has her tits or her rug out half the time. Regardless, it appears that she can somehow interface with the balancing, telling Riko that she might actually know where one of her companions is at present. She also beckons Riko to release her from her restraints, to which Riko, in a brief but rare display of not being blisteringly stupid, so I guess not being Riko, asks the obvious question. Why is she locked away down here? Did she do something bad? Is she a bad person? Vueko hedges visibly, but does say that the village has a very dark and very secret history, and that this history somehow ties into her imprisonment. She basically says that in a segment, knowing what is coming always gives me the absolute frigging hairy chills, that they created a hell here, but that it eventually became something not so bad. Amongst a lot of other very cryptic wibbly-woo, it does all, however, involve Faputa somehow. But despite her saying that yes, she is a bad person, Riko decides to free her regardless. Oh boy. And spoilers, this will, among other things, set off a chain of events that will lead to some of the most heartbreaking moments in the manga. After they eventually exit the void, Vueko tells Riko that it would be really bad if anyone were to see her, and, well, some clothing would be nice. Yes, I'm skipping panels here, just too many of Vueko flashing her minge. Riko obliges, getting her clothing that makes her strongly resemble a hollow, both in appearance and odor, and Vueko, looking over the village, makes reference to something that might be going on, something called the luring, which will be explained later on. Eventually they make their way to a weirdly hobbitish looking house, and Vueko tells her that one of her friends should be inside, but to beware, and that this is a place that she should not enter, as if the occupant, Belaf, the second of the three sages, learned that Vueko was out of Doguupu, it would be bad. Inside, a lot of stuff happens fairly quickly. She spots Nanachi sleeping, hand in hand, with Mitty, in amongst a lot of other small, for a given value of cute, hollows. She approaches, but is stopped by a suddenly appearing Kaja. Oh, hey mate, it's been a minute, warning her to go no further. However, too late. Out slithers the eel-like creature from earlier. Yup, that's Belaf, a huge being with what appears to be mouths where his eyes should be. He asks her what she wants, and when she tells him that she came for her friend, we learn what really transpired here, and something of the truth of the ominous warning from earlier. See, okay, I am going to tell this next bit slightly out of order because it's going to be hard enough to follow as is. Once upon a time, Bondrewd came below with Mitty, for reasons that we will find out a bit more about later on. And note, if you spotted something earlier in that Mitty looked a lot prettier than she did when Reg and Riko missed her, you're correct, as this was before his extensive experimentation on her form, meaning she was a lot less corrupted back then. Belaf desperately wanted her, but Bondrewd would not give Mitty up, no matter what was offered. Belaf instead, and okay, note this carefully, made a deal with the village itself, surrendering a huge portion of his form in exchange for a perfect clone of Mitty as he saw her. I'm a little unclear on his reasons exactly. It seems to be as she would regenerate forever, Belaf could endlessly feed on her, which, note again, this was always Nanachi's biggest fear, that she would die and her friend would be left alone, helpless, to be endlessly devoured within the abyss. Not wishing this to happen, Nanachi sold herself to Belaf under the condition that he never feeds on her again. Yeah, lots and lots to unpack here, but Riko demands Nanachi's return, and Belaf asks what she's willing to offer. In a pretty grisly sequence, they haggle back and forth until he settles on a final price. In exchange for Riko's hair, nails, and either her eyes, her legs, or half of her innards, he would release Mitty and Nanachi. Remember, for reasons that I honestly still do not fully understand, a human child down here, or even parts of one, has absurd levels of value. After a lot of contemplation, Riko realizes that there is no choice. If he was willing to make it painless and ensure that she survived the process, she would agree. However, Kaja immediately stops her and says that if she does make this deal, well, her journey would come to an end. I think the implication is that if she went through with it, she would somehow be forever bound to the confines of the village, with a barely conscious Nanachi confirming this to us. Do not make any deals of this nature within Iruburu, because there is a lot more going on than is evident on the surface. We rejoin Riko after her encounter with the frightening sage Belaf, narrowly being prevented from striking a deal with him and presumably the village by Kaja, who gave her a dire warning that doing so could end her adventure here, trapping her forever somehow, which does actually seem to be the case. Nanachi seems to be drifting in and out of a stupor after making a bargain, giving herself over to Belaf to preserve Mitty's safety. As far as I know, like a lot of the second arc, we never really get an explanation as to what is happening here, but I suspect that this is somehow the village shutting Nanachi down and just keeping her in place. Nanachi, in turn, is drifting into unconsciousness again, but is able to tell Riko that she really is just fine here, she will stay with her friend, and that Riko needs to go immediately, prompting her to completely freak out as Kaja and Ma physically drag her out of Belaf's house. And yeah, I really do wish that we had telegraphed this little parting, or even just explored it some more. You'll see what I mean later, as while it does get resolved, it's also just kind of brushed over, and I still do not fully understand Belaf's reasons for wanting Nanachi at all. Is this just the human child thing, but Nanachi's a hollow now? I don't know. It's a pity because there is a lot of really interesting character stuff going on here. Remember, Nanachi had resigned herself to death, or worse, a lifetime in Bondrude service until she met her companions. And so it's interesting that her first instinct was not to come to them for help, but to straight up sacrifice herself to prevent Mitty from suffering further, even if it meant abandoning them. I guess it might make sense in terms of her character, but yeah, I really do wish that we got to know a few more things about the whys and hows here. Anyway, outside, Vueko seems nervous as Kaja, at first merely curious, but now rapidly becoming suspicious, begins to investigate her closely, smelling a rat with this new, odd-looking hollow. Remember, Vueko told Riko that under no circumstances is she to let anyone know that Vueko had been released from her gooey prison, which is why they took the trouble to disguise her as a hollow, both in terms of appearance and odor. And then Riko just immediately spills the beans to Kaja. Damn it, Riko, why? And yes,
as prophesied, or I guess more correctly foreseen, this is all setting things in motion for the utter nightmare that is to come in volumes 9 and 10. I must say though, it's kind of funny reading this all again. How many things would not have happened, good and ill, had Riko not had the IQ of yeast? However, before an astonished Kaja can do anything, something impacts Belaf's house with tremendous force, and this kicks off what feels like a somewhat obligatory but still weirdly cool action segment, capping off Act 1 of the arc. What do I mean? Well, it's time we got to the luring. Vueko endeavors to explain to Riko what is going on as we catch sight of an enormous creature sort of flowing into the village, surrounded by aggressive and surprisingly heavily armed hollows. She says that this is what was referred to earlier as the luring. From time to time, the residents of Iruburu will, well, lure in a creature from the plains below and hunt it. The reasons as to why, I don't fully understand, and get ready for me to throw my hands up and say that a lot moving forwards. The second arc is cryptic as all hell, and it only gets worse from there, be warned. Vueko explains that this hunt is performed to increase the total value of the village, and that the more bestial and powerful the prey is, the better. Now again, I will happily admit that I do not fully understand, but I suspect that Vueko's meaning here is twofold. First, remember, for some reason, unlike Nanachi, the hollow villages cannot leave the village at all for some reason. It's surrounded by a strange membrane that blocks the curse, prevents the entrance of most creatures, I guess unless the hollows want them to come in, as per a hunt. Did we see this in the anime? I forget if this was ever answered there. But it also demarcates a barrier that the hollows themselves cannot cross. Thus, the luring represents a common sense way to acquire large quantities of meat. Although, how edible that thing is going to be is anyone's guess. I actually ate jellyfish in Japan once, and there's a reason I didn't eat it again. The other reason could be that the village essentially stocks creatures as biomass, and then uses this for all of its weird features like the membrane and the balancing. Feel free to let me know in the comments if I'm miles off base. This abomination is called a Fuzoshepu, by the way, and it's odd. Somewhere between an amoeba, a jellyfish, and the rack hive from Borderlands. Oh, and it's frigging powerful. Way nastier than it looks. The beasts down here on layer 6 do not play around. Sure enough, we soon see that this time the villagers might indeed have bitten off a bit more than they can chew, as the Leviathan engulfs them and seems to digest them blob style. However, Riko suddenly dashes off, saying that the creature is in fact headed towards the shop where Prushka, her white whistle, is undergoing refinement. They manage to arrive before it does and acquire Prushka, with her seeing that she now indeed has a much more delicate form. Riko says that somehow she can perceive Prushka's presence a lot more intensely. Poriyun, the weird crab-like hollow who worked on Prushka, tells Riko that this is a very powerful and very precious artifact now, and has an immense quantity of untapped value. But he cannot take this any further. Somehow, Riko will need to be the one to bring it out. We get a pretty odd and entertaining little sequence where Riko asks Poriyun to evacuate with the monster coming, only for us to learn that he is actually part of his shop Or perhaps it's more apt to say the shop is part of him. Oh, and that he literally, shall we say, comes to work when he works on stuff like this. Oh, Tsukushi. But yes, this is another nod towards the village granting the hollows forms that allow them to engage in whatever activity they enjoy the most, and this is not an allegory. Yes, this is both a very creative and very icky thought, especially when you remember that there is a hollow that became a literal toilet. Are you trying to tell us something, mate? Outside, we see the hollows are sort of getting their cheeks clapped, but we also get a bit more weirdness when Kaja explains that this creature has in fact attacked the village before, and it actually messed them up pretty badly before it was eventually driven off by the balancing, responsible for its scarred face? Yeah, it's a weird critter, this one. However, since then, it has only grown even more vast and dangerous, and has returned because it has acquired a taste for the hollows. As Tsukushi allegedly uses a lot of real-life biology and zoology when it comes to designing his creatures, this is likely a nod to the heavily disputed phenomenon of so-called man-eaters, wild animals ranging from sharks to bears to lions that, despite being in perfect health and having other prey easily available, will actively seek out humans as a food source. It's actually a really interesting subject, and one that I would recommend reading up on your own if you're interested, as while it's a lot rarer than media would have you believe, there are cases of this that do seem to be impossible to debunk, such as the inspiration for the incredibly good Ghost and the Darkness. Seriously, if you haven't watched that movie, go and do so. Where was I? Oh right. As the creature flows further into the village, annihilating the hollows and digesting them with its corrosive shroud, it is suddenly met by an even bigger monstrosity. And finally, we get a good look at the third sage, Juroimo. Yes, that repulsive butthole-faced thing we saw earlier. Kaja explains that Juroimo is sort of the village's guardian, but Fueko seems surprised and also worried that this thing is considered one of the sages. And yes, the reason for her surprise and dismay, well, this will make sense later, as with a whole lot of stuff in this volume. Juroimo proceeds to, I'm not sure how to better explain this, but births a huge, phallic-looking sword from its face vagina. Oh, this is funny. Riko remarks that the sword is super sticky, which I think is a translation issue. In Japanese, she refers to the sword as beta, if I recall, which translates closer to slimy, or maybe mucousy, or organically viscous. Or maybe it was numa. No, I cannot play the obvious clip for even more obvious copyright reasons, which would be an even stronger, organically slimy, with a more repulsive overtone. I should really track down a Japanese copy of Made in Abyss, but all the sources I can find are gonna absolutely paste me on shipping. Ugh. Either way, the two creatures rampage through the village like a pair of renegade kaiju, only with more of a hard R-rated quality, with Juroimo slashing away at the Fuzoshepu without much effect. It simply parts and flows around his sword, all while it constantly strikes and sears him with its acids. And yeah, the foreshadowing keeps right on coming. Kaja remarks that it looks like the Guardian is actually getting overwhelmed due to the battlefield conditions. It can, allegedly, unleash some sort of extremely powerful move or transformation. but is unable to presently due to the cramped and crowded streets. And yes, we will actually get to see this transformation later, and it is wild. Mugi then arrives with another large contingent of armed hollows to reinforce Jiroimo and tells Riko to get out of there. This place is about to become even more of a battlefield, and the only thing she can do to help right now is to not be in the way. We actually do get to see quite a few panels of the ensuing fight, and yeah, I am going to try to not gush over the art over much. By the way, this just gets better and better from here, but the hollows are getting ruined. Riko, pretty horrified, remarks that, well, that nearly horrible situation accepted, the village has been pretty kind to her, and that people like Mugi and Kaja have become her friends. She thus cannot simply stand by and let them get horribly murdered and eaten by some kind of gigantic jellyfish monster. Fueko tells her that they shouldn't intervene and that the balancing will eventually take care of the monster. It's actually a bit difficult to make out here, and for a while I thought that this was a plot hole, but no. On closer inspection, we do see that the balancing is attacking the Fuzo Sheppu. It's just too big and powerful for it to have much effect. I assume though that if it was to stay in the village for too long, it would eventually get whittled down. It just can't do much to stop the current rampage. Regardless, Riko has a conversation with Kaja that we don't actually get to hear much of. Instead, we'll sort of figure out what they discussed as the battle unfolds, but we do see that she is putting together the start of a plan. And yes, as a lot of you have pointed out to me in previous videos, remember, for the most part, we are pretending that stuff outside of the portion we are currently covering has not happened yet. More powerful abyssal creatures are not actually seeing through time. Well, not exactly. See, they have a specific organ that allows them to perceive and interact with the so-called force field, the governing energy within the abyss. This can be used to read emotions, locate creatures, predict movements, and likely more. It probably also has something to do with why the curse doesn't have any effect on hollows and beasts, but absolutely melts humans. This does make me wonder, however, does Nanachi have one of these organs somewhere under her clothes or fur? And if so, where? Or do Blessed Hollows just have that ability baseline? I guess that Mania doesn't have one either. This is all confusing to me, but I may well be outsmarting myself here. Anyway, it appears that Riko has determined something specific and likely crucial about this creature. Remember, despite her being kind of dim sometimes, she's actually really astute when it comes to the abyss and its various flora and fauna. For instance, weaponizing amaranthine deceptor larvae against Bondroot. She tells Kaja that she needs something. And this kicks off the even more confusing stuff. We will do our best. We see that the creature has finally overwhelmed Jiroimo, burning its orifices, face. Yeah, we will get into the various symbolisms with this behemoth later on. And oh boy, does that go to some dark places. It's not seriously injured, but at the very least, it is temporarily stunned and out of the fight. This next bit, I do not understand either, and I wish I could tell you that this gets less obtuse as we go. I'll do my best, but I'm sure that Inspirational or Pooty will correct me in the comments if I go too far off into the wibbly-woos. We see that, at Riko's request, Kaja has changed bodies. Remember, he is actually a sentient gas contained within a system of bladders. His new body is actually pretty boss, and according to him, is built for speed. Now this is where I start losing the thread. Kaja says he's received a tuft of hair from Riko, assumably, and thus, as there's value, he can use this more powerful form. Okay, so this was not that much clearer in the anime, to be honest, but Riko gave him a tuft of her hair. And remember, in the village, a human child is intensely valuable, and value has a physical power within the village. It's never completely explained why, but you can draw some inferences based on what was. The chronology gets very wobbly this time, but in a nutshell, it will make a horrible sort of sense. Let's put it that way. This, however, is the first time, to my reckoning, that we've heard value used in this way, as a sort of resource. Does Kaja's form somehow consume value as it runs? Is it exchanging value with the village? I've got a kind of theory here, but this will wait until later. Regardless, yeah, it's really confusing, and just wait until we hit the third and current arc, which is so completely bananas that it makes Season 2 look like the Hardy Boys by comparison. We do, however, suddenly see Riko's plan kick into action. She taunts the Fuzoshepu, who, this sequence just feels much smaller in the anime somehow. But it immediately keys onto her and begins pursuit, with her riding Kaja like some sort of steampunk gas goat motorbike, which may be the strangest thing I've said this week, all the while narrowly avoiding its acidic tendrils. We then see her destination, a huge plume of mist or steam rising from some part of the village. She and Kaja careen through it, and the creature halts. Then we finally twig onto Riko's plan. And yeah, I won't lie, it could have been set up a little bit better, but I still really groove it. Let's take a look. We see that the mist is highly reflective as the massive creature halts, staring at said reflection before rearing up and preparing to attack, expanding outwards in an intimidation display. But, well, it's not very effective as it's trying to become bigger than itself. This is followed by a coordinated attack. The village hollows set off some kind of explosive thermal trap under it, which causes it to rapidly rise into the air and become stuck, popping it up like they were setting it up for a damn juggle, before catching it in a net, pulling it through, dragging its solid parts out of its acidic jelly. Then, other hollows stand back and use almost existenz-like organic rifles, there's a deep cut, to fire spikes into its hard bits. Oh, note this character here. That's Pakoyan, another fan favorite, and she's actually really important to the story. The anime has its faults, but one thing it does do right is giving Pakoyan a lot more screen time, because she has a very cute design, and I'll explain when we get there. Regardless, they finally take the creature down. Riko's plan was a success, and she has likely saved the village, ingratiating herself tremendously with the residents. We get a bit of exposition as to how Riko put this plan together. She realized that the goo part of it was pretty buoyant, meaning that it could be held up in the air by thermals. It's also extremely aggressive and relentless, but not intelligent, meaning that if it saw another creature that looked like it, it would almost certainly stop and try to fight. Mugi thanks Riko on behalf of the villagers, who are crowding around the creature's carcass, but we see that it's beginning to writhe and boil, and then it blasts a massive tendrils outwards, catching and burning several villages, including the shopkeep, One almost snags Riko, but Ma shoves her out of the way, taking the hit instead, and we see that Ma has also saved Mania at the same time. Riko, seeing her plans in ruins, and Ma about to be digested utterly, freaks out, and then she feels a familiar hand on her shoulder. We pull back for a second and get our first of, well, several amazing reveals we'll be having for the next while. We see that, from Riko's perspective, the hand and the voice that came belonged to Prushka, now somehow taking a human form once again and telling Riko to call her as her whistle begins to shimmer. Riko blows it, and at first nothing seems to happen. Then, suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, something crashes to earth, severing the tendril holding Ma and taking a large chunk out of the monster. And here we go. At last, we're getting to the awesome shit. The meteor was none other than Reg, who looks a bit different. His hat and his accents are now pure white. And I'll give you a spoiler here, he's way, way stronger. Now, as far as I know, this transformation does not have a canon name. Or if it does, it comes later and I've forgotten it. But I've always headcanoned it as white mode. Why? Well, it seems to grant a similar level of power to the mysterious dark mode that allowed Reg to go toe-to-toe with Bondrewd at the end of the first arc. Thus, we have two forms with polar opposite natures, one dark, chaotic, and sinister, and the other quite beautiful and radiant. And yeah, this is one of the things I love about Made in Abyss. There's subtle stuff like this which may turn out to mean nothing, but it is still sort of cool. Riko thinks back to what Bondrewd said about white whistles, that they have the power to draw out the true purpose of relics, meaning that this activated state is due to the now refined Prushka's voice, activated and channeled by Riko. She tells him to take the thing down, and Reg obliges, bulleting towards it like a howitzer shell, arm extended and whirling in a deadly spiral, ripping through acidic tendrils and just annihilating it, driving closer without ever having to use his incinerator. And then, by the time he gets there, it turns out that the thing is already dead, and all that remains is an empty shell.
Womp womp!
Wazukian emerges and congratulates them on a successful hunt, revealing that the Fuzoshepu isn't just one creature, it's an entire hive, amalgamated together. Some of the creatures attempt to escape, but are snared by the balancing, which does seem to vary in its power. As things begin to wind down, Riko asks the strange village elder about her problem. One of her friends has been ensnared in a deal with the village, and she wants her released. We see his answer a bit later, as Riko reveals the full extent of their problem, but also a potential solution. To free Nanachi, they would need something as valuable as Riko, and as a human child seems to be a paramount item of value within the village, there is only one thing that would suffice. Part of Faputa, the immortal princess of the Hollows, who we have already established is the ultimate value. Riko asks Reg what he thinks of Faputa, and he sort of shrugs, saying that he has no bloody idea, but he does want to go and talk to her about this, and maybe, I don't know, get some of her hair or something. Riko then suddenly blacks out, revealing that her activation comes with a big drawback. Again, I'm inferring here, but I think the implication is that the white whistle rapidly drains her stamina in exchange for granting Reg his white mode. Reg leaves Riko with Fueko and goes off in search of Faputa, remembering the ominous discussions that they had with Kaja about her. She's the thing the villagers most desire, but also the thing they most fear. Now, this is where I'm actually going to cut this video a touch short and skip some stuff, as we will begin to learn about the history of the village, and we'll cover that in depth in Volume 8. But we do see that Mugi immediately spots that Vueko does not belong here, and also overhears some of the stuff she talks about in regards to the history of the village, and we do learn two important things. Firstly, the Hollows themselves do not know or remember how the village came to be or how they came to be here. And the second is that the sages refuse to tell them, once again reminding us that there is some kind of dark and terrible secret at play here. And yeah, spoilers, they are not kidding. But we will get to Vueko's story next time. Meanwhile, Reg finds Faputa, and I don't know why, but this bit always comes over unsettling and more than a little sad. When he explains the situation, rather than becoming angry or spouting more cryptic nonsense, Faputa tells Reg that if part of her is required to free his friend, she is willing to help. He can have any part of her if he's willing to fulfill the ancient promise he made to her. Reg, as he's actually not stupid, asks her if she will remind him what the promise is, which causes her to become distraught. And when he persists, telling her that he doesn't want to force her into some kind of sacrifice, and instead asking her if she'll just tell him, she begins to cry before, oh sweet Jiminy Christmas. Yeah, this is the panel that I skipped. I cannot show you any of this. She rips off one of her arms and one of her ears. It is sudden, bloody, and incredibly graphic. As she stands there, bleeding, holding out her limb, but smiling happily, she offers it to Reg and then tells him what the promise was: the complete and utter eradication of Iruburu and the Hollows. What the hell? All we learn at this point is that her desire to kill them all is tied into the history of Iruburu, as well as someone or something called Irumyui. And that's where we'll leave off for today. Next time we will do the history of the village, and this culminates in what is, in my opinion, the darkest material in the manga, and for sure, some of the darkest stuff I have ever encountered in literature. You will see what I mean. We re-enter the story with Vueko finally explaining to Riko and Co. exactly what's been going on here, how she wound up in a Shoggoth's butthole, and well, we begin to learn about the secret history of the village. Yes, Volume 8 is where we will be slowly but surely teasing apart the mysteries of the second season / arc, but particularly how an entire village of hollows, closer to Blessed Hollows, as opposed to the wretched mutants the Layer 6 curse tends to produce, could exist, and exactly what the village is. We start out observing a young Vueko fiddling with a star compass and dreaming wistfully of where it could lead her. Yes, this draws a pretty interesting parallel between Vueko and Riko, except that in Vueko's case, it points out over the sea. I also want to point out that Volume 8 is where the art goes from amazing to mind-blowing, and it really does just get better from there. We learn that okay, let's get this out of the way. My explanation of Volume 8 is going to be a bit all over the place, and it might come over a touch stop-start, as it'll tie back into what we've already encountered in the village, which I will point out as it comes up. And Vueko's backstory is Doflamingo levels of messed up. She was ostensibly an orphan, taken in by an utter bastard of a man called Jiroimo. Yes, observant folks may recall that this name is identical to the third sage / village guardian / I guess Freudian monstrosity that we encountered previously. We will talk more about this in Volume 9 as there's a lot of implication and inference there, but short version, for reasons unknown besides, bastard, he abused a young Vueko in about every way you can imagine, and some you probably can't, or at least don't want to. Much of it involves a hot poker. The worst of it is not shown graphically, but again, what we do see is pretty ghastly, and what is implied later on is so much worse. And as we learn, it left her sterile. Jiroimo obtained the compass after his fishing boat found a stricken ship full of mostly dead people in horrific and bizarre conditions. One was split in two, as if he'd just lost a match against Kung Lao, but is still somehow alive, and another had violently prolapsed her organs out through her neck. I still don't fully understand why this all happened. The common theory on the Discord is that they were experimenting with relics, although I wonder if this might have been a result of a battle with the abyssal natives who employed relics as weapons. If you know, let us know in the comments. The only survivor had gone stark, staring at the wall mad, raving about a giant pit with a golden city in its depths. Very Herman Melville in a way, and he then died. Vueko, perhaps naturally, dreamed of escaping, traveling over the sea to follow the compass and find some sort of light in her life, and also to escape Jiroimo. After one incident where I think the implication here is that he killed, cooked, and forced her to eat her beloved pet fox. Although he maybe just killed it, she does exactly that. Despite the horrors of her home life, Vueko trained herself and was eventually able to join a so-called suicide mission to follow the compass and locate the Golden City on an expedition, part of a sizable flotilla led by the eccentric so-called Prophet Wazukyan. He's a vibe for such an important and respected man. He speaks in a very informal, laid-back way, and he also believes in a religious sense that Vueko bringing the compass to him was part of some great and divinely appointed destiny to seek out a legendary golden city, and as we will learn later, this will allegedly allow them to somehow transcend their human forms. It's pretty ambiguous though, and I may well be wrong. We also meet Captain Belaf. No, seriously, the designs are just uncannily similar. A good-looking and amicable young man. I think he's implied to be Wazukyan's second, and also believes deeply in the man, once again in a religious sense, saying that he is someone touched by the divine and blessed with the power of prophecy, hence his moniker. Together, the chosen child Vueko, Belaf the disciple, and Wazukyan the prophet make up the so-called three sages of this quasi-religious expedition. There's actually a lot of religious stuff in this arc. I mean, even the three sages remind me of the Trinity. It's pretty interesting if you look closer, and it suggests that Tsukushi is pretty damn smart and is writing this on multiple levels, or that I read too much into things. Anyways, we see Belaf waffling on about, I have no idea what's going on here. He's an odd one, but he's also a genuinely good and gentle man, although he does seem to have a mild thing about eyes, and everyone comments on just how lovely his are.
Oh, thanks, Freddy, foreshadowing.
Now, before we go any further, one quick thing. I am not going to talk too much about the ecology of Layer 6 here, or the fairly obvious references to certain famous actual doomed expeditions, particularly those to find El Dorado or Zin. I have done 2 videos on these topics already, and while those videos are older, so yeah, sorry, Mung audio, you can go and watch those there. All except for one thing, which we'll get to a bit later. Anyways, their journey continued, with most of the fleet being lost and only 2 ships remaining. But at the end, they do eventually reach their destination, the Abyss. They head ashore, and yeah, they have no idea what they're in for. They enter the area near the Abyss and encounter a group of natives. And yes, as the whole vaguely, let's call it Portu-Spantalian vibe going on here, coupled with the ships and definite echoes of Manifest Destiny, there's a lot to unpack here, although, as always, I may well be reaching. We do actually get what might well be a nod to this, as someone that seems to be a village elder tells them that the colonists and explorers who have come before them were not especially nice. Are they referring to the ship Juro Imo found? And, oh right, do note that the language they're speaking is the same as the tongue used by the Iruburu Hollows. Regardless, he has some sort of super freakout when Vueko approaches a young girl. Although, as Belaf translates, it turns out that he's actually talking about the star compass, referring to it with great excitement in your standard cryptic Tsukushi fashion. He calls it a precious thing, and the form of the essential part, a key maybe? I have no idea. Regardless, he is willing to help them on their way, provided they give him the compass. Weird how these always seem to get lost in some fashion upon entering the Abyss. With some reluctance, she agrees, and they learn that a golden city called Shoro, which I actually went down a bit of a rabbit hole on, and thanks to Pooty Spaghetti and a few other folks, I found something very interesting happening here. Something that I never picked up on my first time through, so you guessed it, it's time for a bonus round. Enjoy. When I last covered this, I thought that Shoro was a pretty simple nod to El Dorado and similar lost cities, but it actually gets more interesting from there. See, Shoro is, in a lot of respects, an almost definite reference to Shambhala. If that name sounds vaguely familiar, you're probably familiar with it as either a somewhat obscure mythical city, but more likely as the Wi-Fi password for aspiring sorcerers. Now, this is going to be a massive oversimplification, as some of you have indeed asked me to keep these tangents under control, but in a nutshell, it's usually portrayed as a city, although some legends do speak of it as a land, an entire country, or a whole plane of existence. It nonetheless forms an important part, not only of certain Eastern religions, but also, bizarrely enough, some forms of Western occultism, in particular theosophy, and there's your word for the day. However, I would guess most of you have encountered it yourselves in some media or another under a different name, Shangri-La. Some stories place it in the Himalayas, others place it in deep Siberia, and it has been the subject of several fascinating, but sadly not well documented international expeditions to locate, including one involving occultists Helena and Nicholas Roerich, one by the KGB as part of their goal to uncover the secrets of ESP, no I'm not kidding, and even the bloody Nazis due to Hitler's own alleged obsession with the occult. Now, the story of Shambhala is very complicated and full of words that I would really struggle to pronounce even with a guide. But in a nutshell, in very ancient times, a king who followed Buddhist doctrines exiled a large number of his people for worshipping the sun. He later wished for them to return and invited them back, but many refused. Instead, they established a marvelous city called Shambhala, I guess analogous to Atlantis. And yeah, perceptive viewers may immediately recall the title of Season 2, Ritsujitsu no Ogenkyo, the Golden City of the Scorching Sun. Yeah, that's either a huge coincidence, or we're cracking the code here, folks. Now, where this does potentially get even more interesting is that there is a prophecy in some Buddhist texts that when the world enters its dark age, a new Buddha will emerge from Shambhala with an army to fight the forces of evil and will usher in an approximately 2,000-year-long golden age. And if that timeline sounds familiar, it lines up very well with the cycles mentioned in Made in Abyss, which is interesting. Anyways, just some food for thought. The Ganja expedition prepares to depart down into the abyss, only for a young girl to approach Fueko, begin to sniff her, and then seemingly start to follow her around. Yes, she looks sad, and yes, she is also drawn in a way as to be aggressively cute. Belaf inspects her, seeing that she has been cruelly tattooed on her back with abyssal glyphs. These indicate that she is infertile and thus has been exiled to die in the abyss. Woof! Likely due to her own sterility, not to mention extensive scarring due to the abuse she endured as a child. Fueko immediately takes pity on her, while the other expedition members are really unwilling to waste energy and resources protecting someone young and vulnerable. Fueko is able to persuade them, with the help of the compassionate Wazukyan, to let her come along as some sort of ersatz guide. And the girl quickly proves that she's not ersatz at all. In fact, she's indispensable. After an expedition member attempts to ascend on layer 1 and begins puking and rolling around, she is able to explain that he was sickened by the curse and assists them with survival in this hostile environment. They head further down, encountering all sorts of dangerous monsters and other threats, and losing members at a steady clip, but are still steadfast on their goal as some sort of divinely appointed mission to seek, down deep in the dark, the Golden City. Eventually, they arrive on layer 6, having taken the elevator down, presumably from what would later become Edo Front. And before you ask, it's not incredibly clear, and yes, this does just raise further questions, but they were able to use the elevator thanks to a bizarre Deus Ex Hollow with a white whistle. I guess it's not really important, but I would love to know what the hell happened there. Regardless, at the bottom, they are, this is just really interesting. They are met by 4 interference units. You know what Gaburuon is, who appear to be guiding them to the Golden City. Only, as they arrive, one of the units is snagged by what turns out to be an absolutely leviathan creature. One that would dwarf even a turbinid dragon. No, seriously, what even is this thing, and why have we never seen it again? It's just insanely cool. There is some speculation that this might just be an enormous version of a Honmurodoko, but it may also just be a species that went extinct between the Ganja expeditions and Riko's descent. Anyways, believing that the units led them into a trap despite, one of their number being the first to be attacked, they bind them up, but the units explain that they are not residents of the city. They are simply designed to explore the abyss and learn, which is interesting. as it implies that they are gathering knowledge for someone or something further down. Yes, remember, for the sake of these videos, we mostly pretend that nothing further than the current arc has been written, except when it's convenient or really funny. Now, this next bit is pretty abstract, but also important. We learn that the Ganja expedition, which, yes, I am not going to make the obvious joke here, mostly because no matter how I trimmed it, Dr. Green Thumb kept getting claimed. They came down here due to some legend about those who found the city being able to transcend their humanity, as I mentioned earlier. Once again, there's a lot of religious theming in this arc, and in Buddhism, transcending your humanity is kind of the whole deal. However, they quickly learn that while this land is far more dangerous than they had anticipated, escape is impossible. Any attempts results in them getting slapped with the Layer 6 curse, and thus getting mittied, reduced to a miserable hollow, which seems to be outright fatal some of the time, and when it's not, let's just say that whoever survives probably wish they hadn't. Again, note the contrast between blessed hollows like Nanachi and these wretched creatures. They are able to establish some sort of settlement within the city, despite their situation becoming pretty dire. Supplies are starting to run low, and dangerous fauna make exploration and foraging difficult. Water is in fact becoming the primary issue, and thus their fledgling village asks the interference units if they know where some water source could be found. They say that there are indeed some, but the routes to and from them are rather dangerous. Regardless, they do their best to survive in this new and inhospitable promised land, and it kind of works, for a time. And yes, that last sentence had a hook on it bigger than Daniel Robitaille. Let's take a look.
As time elapses, the struggling settlement, well, settles in, with Belaf, Fueko, and everyone else teaching the young native girl, who we learn is called, yep, there it is, Irumyui, their tongue. And I assume everyone learning some of the abyssal tongue too. We get some pretty interesting information, as she tells them that the natives tattoo themselves in imitation of those who resided in the now empty and destroyed Golden City. Although, with the temporal distortions down this low, it's difficult to place a timeline here. This is one aspect of Volume 8 that genuinely fascinates me. This allusion to some sort of ancient people that resided in Shoro and, by my guess, were pretty advanced. They are interrupted by a shout from outside, only to see that a small rabbit-like creature has taken up residence in a helmet. I actually thought this was a Neritantan for the longest time, but it's a distinct species known, quite endearingly, as a hermit rat, strongly resembling a hermit crab in that it likes to wear a shell of some sort. This little critter absolutely charms Fueko and Irumyui, while people who've read this thing before, yeah, just seeing this creature and knowing what's coming, hairs should be rising on the backs of your necks. Anyway, while she is a tiny bit reluctant, recalling her dead pet, Fueko hugs Irumyui. Yeah, they bonding, and yeah, this bit gets me right in the sodding feels every single time. Far too wholesome by half. While there is some overall objection to keeping a settlement pet, with supplies running as low as they are, particularly in terms of water, Wazukian agrees because A, it's adorable, and B, it might well be useful, as it must be finding food and water somewhere nearby to have survived. I don't think this is ever explored though. To solve the water problem with the help of the interference units, the The Gunja folk isolate 5 possible sources. 2 of these lie within the territory of some very dangerous creatures, so dangerous in fact that even the units need to avoid them, and this leaves 3 that do seem safer to approach. Thus, the Gunja set off on 3 separate scouting missions to investigate these. However, to their frustration, they discover that one is a reeking toxic mess, and the other is a lethally hot thermal zone, leaving only the final one innocuous enough in a bed of rock, which they naturally immediately gravitate to. Now, yeah, folks who know a thing or two about survival in the wild would spot a serious warning sign here, but I will leave it to you in the comments to see if anyone else notices it. Very curious to see what you come up with. Regardless, they do take precautions in regards to the water. They inspect it and then boil it before consumption, and with a source established, the Gunja settlement slowly but surely becomes more solid, as its residents become adjusted to life on Layer 6. And while they do continue to lose members here and there, presumably the weaker or unlucky ones, they are able to hunt for meat and thus have food and water. We also learn that, the reason Idam was drawn to Vueko was her scent, which Idam describes as the smell of mating with lots of people. Yeah, okay, there's a lot to unpack here. We will get into this later on, and let's say it goes to some really dark places. But we learn that Idam mother was of high importance to her tribe due to her extreme fertility, while she was deemed cursed and forced into the abyss. We see the 2 bonding further, becoming very much mother and daughter, with Idam revealing her core desire. She wants to be needed and never discarded again, likely quite similar to Vueko's own feelings. Damn it, Tsukushi, you utter bastard. This is heart-wrenching stuff, knowing what's coming. Regardless, Vueko in turn realizes that this is what she came over the ocean to find: a child, someone to love her and for her to love. We get an absolutely gorgeous montage showing us the further passage of time, as well as stuff that happened in the settlement, including, oh man, there is a lot going on here, so let's go from the top. First up, they all became quite skilled hunters. Catching the best I can do is penis bird. We actually see the important stuff though a bit below. Next, Vueko and another girl, who we will later learn is called Pakoyan, became lovers, and yeah, this is the infamous panel of them bumping lady bits, which was naturally completely excluded from the anime. That said, as important as Pakoyan is going to be later in the story, this is one of the few areas where I think Season 2 of the anime does outdo the manga, as, well, we get to see more of her. More tragically, however, we see that Idamui's pet hermit rat gets eaten by another Horn Murudoko, albeit a much smaller specimen, and this completely traumatizes her as it would. However, Vueko makes her a necklace out of the little creature's bones, which, okay, that seems kind of unhealthy to me, but it does apparently cheer her up somehow, and even Belaf is happy for them. Again, wholesome as hell. Time moves on until we start gradually dipping a toe into probably the darkest stuff in the entire manga. Be warned, things are about to get pretty damn horrible. One morning, Vueko is woken by Pakoyan and reaches over to rouse Irimyui, only to realize that, oh hell, something is very, very wrong with her. She's feverish, barely conscious, and suffering from extreme diarrhea. that just so happens to be full of insect larvae. They find other members of the settlement all suffering from a similar ailment, only way worse. Their flesh is starting to first melt and then ossify into almost rock-like formations. Wazukian tells Belaf to get to the bottom of this, and as a recent foraging and exploration party sent into the city seems to be suffering the worst and most rapid onset symptoms, they are able to track the disease to its source. Naturally, this is the waterhole. What they thought was rock is in fact the melted and petrified remains of countless creatures, and okay, yeah, I will just explain this here. The water is, in fact, a bizarre creature in its own right. A lot like that silver blood stuff from Voyager, but rather than cloning stuff it lures in, this stuff gets creatures to drink it, then it melts them, and somehow this is both likely how it propagates itself, hence the larvae, and how it feeds. And they've all been drinking this stuff. Lots of it. For months now. Oh dear. On top of this, while exploring the city, the now dead party found a strange relic in the form of an egg. And this, if you are closely observant, also bears the same mark that the star compass does. This thing, spoiler, is going to be bloody important. The three sages are also unsure of how to proceed from here. It appears to be a perfect no-win scenario. If they continue drinking what they now refer to as pseudo-water, they'll melt. Otherwise, well, they could always die of thirst. Wazukian, strangely enough, does not seem concerned though, pointing out that not all of them are sick, meaning that they have time to figure out something. He goes over and speaks with the interference units, asking them if they know what the relic that the foraging party returned with is all about. They are informed that this is a crazy powerful one. Simply carrying it delayed the effects of the pseudo-water, although I'm not sure of this. I guess the implication is that once they relinquished it, the symptoms came on really fast. But they also say, in their words, that round relics are related to wishes and... Okay, so this thing is known as the Cradle of Desire, and it's very Clive Barker, or maybe the original Reality Stone from the Marvel Comics, before they nerfed it for the movie. It's also one of my favorite elements within the manga, because it's just so damn cool and so damn terrifying. You'll see what I mean. This thing grants your desires and wishes, not a spoken wish. It reads you and gives you what you want, deep down in your own mind. Or at least, what it thinks that you think you want. All of it, at once, as best as it can interpret. And while that may sound bloody amazing, it's actually incredibly dangerous for an adult, because, see, adult minds are murky and full of conflicting thoughts and weird whims. And this means that the cradle, let's say you hold it, and are thinking at the same time, you wish that you were taller, that you had more money, that your dead girlfriend was back alive, and that you could really go for a burger. You know, the sort of thunderstorm of thoughts that were constantly rolling through our noggins at all times. Well, you'd probably wind up as a 6-foot-tall golden statue of a hamburger that now has a rotting zombie girlfriend sticking out of its torso. And that's the best I can do. What would really happen would probably be way worse than this. Very monkey's paw in its way. The units continue to explain, saying that due to this, a child is a much better candidate for using the cradle, as their minds are less busy and thus less murky, and their desires are purer. However, it's still pretty dangerous. And as the only child in the settlement is Irumyui, this makes it all very, very complicated. Fueko, thus, rather than assenting or declining, vacillates, unsure of what to do next. They desperately need something to change, lest the entire settlement dies out, but of course she's reluctant to place her found daughter in danger. Yeah, better you than me. As time passes, Fueko continues to be indecisive, unsure of whether to risk harm to her daughter via the extremely powerful cradle as the settlement continues to sicken, caught on the horns of a really nasty little dichotomy. They need water to drink, but the more they drink, the more they disintegrate. With nobody able to forage, food is running low too, and they've had to resort to eating local insects to survive. However, Fueko's mind is finally made up when Irumyui's condition starts to take a significant turn for the worse. Yeah, because Tsukushi has seen into my sodding nightmares. One morning, Fueko finds a feverish and delirious child crying out in pain, saying that her hand really hurts. Fueko checks and sees that, oh dear, at last, Irumyui has begun to melt herself, with her left hand looking like it had been eaten away by acid. That is gnarly. She goes to Wazukyan to inquire about the cradle and the interference units, while their normal cryptic selves say that the probability of it working is extremely high. Okay, this I don't understand. In their words, the fears felt by the children are much closer to the origin. Again, let me know in the comments if you have the slightest idea what they mean. She allows herself a brief spate of happiness and relief as Wazukyan, overjoyed, says that he will tell the settlement, and no, that's not a good face at all. He says that Irumyui will in fact be their salvation. Yes, this is, as you youngsters would put it, rather sus, but there doesn't seem to be any other choice here. Sure enough, Fueko gives the cradle to the little girl, while recalling the decidedly off face that Wazukyan made, one that looked more in the grip of some sort of religious fervor than any sort of concern. That said, nothing seems to happen, and Irumyui falls asleep, holding the cradle to her chest. Fueko beds down with Pakuyan, revealing in an absolutely incredibly constructed series of panels, seriously no notes, that she herself is likely falling ill too, at last, as well as being absolutely exhausted. The next morning, she is awakened by a chipper and seemingly recovered Irumyui, and is absolutely overjoyed. Then she sees, oh come on man, why? There is no way I can show you this at all. But Irumyui is completely naked. Only the cradle has been absorbed into her chest and rests at its center between her breasts, like the weak spot on a boss monster. Moreover, her melted hand has not healed, but it also doesn't seem to be bothering her. Wazukyan and Belaf seem confused. The girl seems happy and healthy, but the village is no less sick. Worse yet, as Belaf points out, there's something just so very wrong here, but he cannot put his finger on it. We shift away as we see him wondering just what it was that Irumyui wished for. And yeah, that's where we will leave off today. Yeah, sorry. If we go any further, we'll have to go on through, as this is where the really dark stuff gets moving at a rapid pace, and there are no other natural stopping points in that lot. You will all get to enjoy it next time. Hello all, this is the Owl, and because you wanted it, alright, let's do this. We rejoin Fueko as she tends to the seemingly unharmed, but strangely changed Irumyui, and we begin to realize that said changes go much further
than her seemingly being cured and having the cradle embedded in her chest. For starters, her melted and ossified hand no longer hurts at all. She seems more curious about it, just fiddling with it and picking at it in the always frustrating manner of kids. However, more strangely, it appears that she doesn't need to eat or drink anymore. So something quite profound seems to have occurred here, and nobody can figure out what. The other sages confer, and aside from acknowledging that something did indeed happen, are stymied. Belaf does say something interesting though. Irumyui's wish, whatever it was, may be somehow connected to her adoptive mother, Fueko. Time passes, and while Irumyui continues to be both inexplicably fine and also different now, the situation that the Ganja settlement is facing is getting ever more dire. Everyone is sick, nobody is able to hunt or forage, and they keep having to drink the poisonous mutative liquid, resulting in them inevitably falling ill with no answer in sight. In desperation, they even send the interference units out on a dangerous mission to retrieve water from the other sources, but these are invariably foul and undrinkable, and all they accomplish is contaminating their water barrels. Yikes! The settlement does seem utterly doomed, and they will all likely die here in the caverns where they've built their temporary home in search of their real one and their transcendence. It appears that Wazukyan's prophecy is going to fail. Then, one morning, Fueko goes over to check on Irumyui, only to recoil in horror at this. Her body has somehow taken on a new, hideous form with strange extremities on the sides of her head that, as you'll see in the next series of panels, perceptive viewers might find that these look rather familiar. The head itself changing shape, the legs shortening, the arms thickening and turning into stumps. Something is badly wrong here. But Irumyui says she's fine. She's not in pain, and she isn't certain why Fueko seems so distressed. And yeah, all of this is so frigging hard to get through as a parent, man. Just all my nightmares, coming through and finding your child mysteriously and horribly ill, no thanks. With no other option, Fueko reconciles herself to the fact that somehow this changing form is almost certainly connected to Irumyui's wish and hopes that it's what she wanted, praying that her suffering is over and that whatever said wish was, it manages to bring her happiness. Lady, what manga do you think you're in? Regardless, without any real option besides wait and see, everyone settles down for the night, and it's time for the true nightmare to begin. Fueko, Pakoyan, and some others are awakened late at night by a sudden deafening scream. Fueko dashes over, and it takes a second to make sense of what she's seeing. An exhausted, crying, and sweat-drenched Irumyui is holding something up to show her. A horrible, dripping, blind thing that Irumyui says is her baby. What? Born through a gaping hole in her torso. Later, we will get a better look, and it seems to be the exact spot where the cradle had fused into her. It was presumably absorbed here during, spoiler, what will be sort of the culmination of her wish. Again, this will be confirmed later. Also, oh sweet Jiminy Christmas, what the hell is going on here? We learn that, okay, I won't lie, this is the part of Volume 8 that hits me in every single parenting fear I have, and I had to take a break in a few parts. The strange, malformed creature that she called her baby did not survive very long. It was born without a mouth, and it thus just starved to death, while a sobbing Irumyui cuddled it. Yeah, screw you too, Tsukushi, and they decided to bury it together. However, it didn't take long before Irumyui birthed a second, doomed, almost stillborn creature, then a third and a fourth, all born through the gaping cradle hole in her chest that has presumably become some kind of dreadful blighted womb. They all die in her arms, with nothing anyone can do, and this rapidly begins to destroy her young mind. Oh, and if this isn't bleak enough for you, Fueko, at last, begins to suffer from the pseudo-water effects and realizes that this is almost certainly going to mean her death. Yeah, there is a reason that people generally refer to Volume 8 as, I guess along with Prushka.zip, probably the darkest bit of this manga. It's just page after page of abject misery and suffering, with Tsukushi, in his twisted genius, using very dark grays and odd perspectives to show just how wrong everything has gone. At last, Fueko finally succumbs to hunger, thirst, sickness, and sheer emotional exhaustion. It appears that, at last, it is all coming to an end. She awakens sometime later to the smell of cooking meat and rendering fat, and someone slowly but carefully feeding her a soup or a stew of some kind. It is crazily, amazingly delicious, and feeling a bit better, Fueko falls back asleep. An indeterminate time later, she fully awakens and somehow finds herself healthy again. She gets up and locates Wazukyan, who greets and congratulates her. They've clearly found a cure of some kind at the very last bloody second. Then, as she notices oh yeah, that's not a good expression, Fueko realizes something. Oh wait, no. They couldn't have, could they? Wazukyan seems unconcerned, although we can now see that he's, crazier than a suitcase full of Wolverines. I think it was Terry Pratchett, but a quote comes to mind here. Mad is when you froth at the mouth, insane is when you froth at the brain. And we've only begun to see the depths of Wazukyan's quiet insanity. She then finds Belaf, who, this is all frigging harrowing, appears to have gone crazy in his own right, unable to reconcile what they've done, staring at nothing and raking at his face with his fingernails. Fueko pleads with him to stop, but he says that while he had his suspicions, he couldn't resist the stew. She then tells Wazukyan to speak with him, to try and make him stop, as he now appears to be trying to gouge out his own eyes. But in his usual placid way, he tells her not to worry. Belaf is one of the 3 sages, and he'll be fine. Instead, he invites her to go with him to see how Irumyui is doing, remarking that, for some reason, her children are being born bigger and bigger, now somewhere at the proportions of a suckling pig. And sure enough, no, all my no, what the hell is that? Irumyui now resembles I'm not sure if anyone remembers this, there was this weird old horror movie where a girl ended up locked in a barn and filled with some kind of alien larvae, as well as being fed roadkill until she reached enormous and approximately spherical properties. Does this ring a bell to anyone? Let me know in the comments. Regardless, Irumyui's body has expanded upwards and outwards. It now ends in tentacles at its base, birthing more offspring through that gaping hole, below her oozing, weeping, barely recognizable face, which still, dreadfully enough, is trying to speak. Worst of all, she is still clearly conscious and aware, trying to hold her doomed, dying baby in what remains of her arms, then screaming and crying hysterically as Wazukyan tears it away from her. Fueko begs him to give it back and to let her adoptive daughter at least be with her child as it dies, but instead he takes it away, heading over to a nearby bench with, "Oh, I don't like this. Is that a cleaver?" Yup. If you haven't put it together yet, Wazukyan has been taking Irumyui's babies, butchering them, cooking them up, and then feeding them to people, which has somehow cured the illness of the Gunja settlement. However, the reality of this seems to be weighing heavily on some of them. Worse yet, he also explains that the offspring need to be butchered and cooked immediately for them to be efficacious, hence his seeming cruelty here. We fortunately do not get a graphic image of him killing the thing. All we see is Fueko's reaction as well as a scream and a slicing sound effect. But still, bloody hell, man. I know that we're doing the whole doomed expedition thing and that cannibalism generally tends to feature somewhere in that lot, but still, this is messed up, even by the standards of this channel. And believe me, we are not done yet. But before we go into the rest of this nightmare, let me do a quick tangent here, and I will try to explain why this is honestly even darker than what you're probably thinking. Okay, so it's time for me to unveil my own little theory on what exactly happened here and why it's probably the single darkest aspect of the manga. Well, okay, tied with something that's going to happen in Volume 9 and a few incidents in Volume 10. Yeah, made an abyss, man. So, how exactly did we go from a happy little girl to this? Now, I know that there are some theories that Wazukyan was somehow pissing in the pot and corrupted the wish, but I don't know about that. So we will just leave that one alone for now, as I think that I can explain this all without needing to rely on an external factor. As we've learnt, the cradle grants your subconscious desires, your true wishes, if that makes more sense. However, it's also implied that the more complex your mind is, and the more compounded these desires are, the greater the chance that your wish will essentially get distorted and all kinds of bad Wishmaster-esque things will happen. So, what did Irumyui wish for? Well, let's take a look at what we know about her. First up, she wanted to have children. Her mother was important in her village due to her extreme fertility, but Irumyui was pretty cruelly exiled to die, presumably of thirst and starvation, due to her inability to produce offspring. Lots of offspring. She almost certainly thus wanted to have babies. Next, she wanted to be with Fueko forever, to be of use, and to never be thrown away again. However, Fueko and all the other villagers were sickening and dying due to the lethal mutative effects of the pseudo-water. Irumyui also had a beloved pet, a hermit rat, that died in front of her. I'm pretty sure she wished her pet would come back to life. And finally, while I don't think we ever learn her exact age, Irumyui is pretty young. Do you see where I'm going with this? Okay, I will elaborate. What happened is, to my mind, that the cradle tried to give her an immortal body capable of surviving without sustenance, so she never need go hungry or thirsty again, as well as birthing lots of children. However, This got corrupted because Irumyui, while she wanted a baby, probably had a child's understanding of pregnancy and childbirth. Think about it. Most kids, at least until they're older and get, the talk, think that babies just appear and somehow come out mum's stomach. Oh, and that it hurts. Her understanding of, say, breastfeeding or labor or an umbilical cord is probably non-existent. The appearance of the babies? Well, their malformed bodies that result in them dying so soon probably come down to her memories of her pet. Memories are weird, and kids remember things even weirder, and also not very well. She probably recalled a vague impression of how her pet looked, but more sensation and feeling than visual acuity or anatomical accuracy. Thus, her babies are a subconscious attempt to get her pet back, but due to her own blurry memories of it and a lack of understanding of what a baby would need to survive, they were born blind and without a mouth. Finally, she wanted Vueko to survive and for them to be together forever. Thus, as Vueko was dying, the babies carried within them a curative property, one capable of nullifying the effects of the pseudo-water. And, spoiler, as Wazukian has been feeding her more cradles, all of this amped up to the nth degree. So yeah, bloody hell. Sorry folks, I need to go and cuddle Baby Owl for a bit, because this entire segment is like a power sander on my soul. We'll be right back. Back in the nightmare, Vueko approaches Irumyui and apologizes to her, revealing that she wishes that she could just go insane in the manner of Belaf, but can't. Once again, she's sort of trapped. Instead, she's brought a knife and plans to first take Irumyui out and then follow suit. Yeah, holy crap. Tsukushi was on some other shit here, revealing that she blames herself for all of this. And yeah, there is an interesting theme emerging in terms of Vueko's character, as well as setting her up as a contrast to Wazukian, but we will get to that later on. In short, by vacillating, by failing to make a choice in terms of either sacrificing Irumyui for the expedition or the expedition for Irumyui, Vueko has sort of let something way worse happen. Now, under her watch, Irumyui is cursed to a fate worse than death, to live an endless cycle of giving birth to awful stillborn nightmare babies, only to have them taken from her, butchered, and eaten. And the expedition is also cursed in a sense, due to what they've been forced to do to survive. Inaction results in degradation and entropy. Then, if only to add to the pathos and the soul-crushing frigging tragedy of this entire thing, Irumyui reaches out and hugs Vueko before she can do the deed. And yet again, she finds herself unable to act. Should she put her daughter out of her misery? Or would she be happier living like this, in a form where she can live out some form of her wish, albeit a terribly corrupted version? Unable to make a decision, unable to even just take herself out, Vueko resigns herself to enduring and living this hell by way of self-punishment, force-feeding an emaciated and assumedly self-starving Belaf the stew as he begs her to stop. We see her thoughts, rather than finding salvation and transcendence down here in the depths, they instead found a hell of their own making. Eventually though, while still alive, Irumyui finally stopped screaming and fell silent, although, for some inexplicable reason, she continued to expand, growing up and out to truly enormous size. It's almost like she's becoming... what do you call those horrible things from Warhammer? Giant mother womb monster things. I swear I love 40k, but I always forget this stuff. Regardless, this is also where we start going into headcanon a bit. If I get this wrong, please let me know in the comments. Fueko looks into the pseudo-womb in Irumyui's, whatever this part of the blob she's become is now, and sees something odd. Something that shouldn't be there. There's a cradle. Now, as mentioned, I think the implication is that the former cradle broke or was absorbed into the girl when she made her wish. As the... okay, what the hell do I even call this? The hole where the babies come out of... yeah, okay. Mrs. Owl actually did a spit take when I said that, so it's staying in. And also, hello comment section. And we quickly learn that Wazukian, while Vueko was unconscious, instructed the interference units to retrieve more of these bloody things from the city and fed them into Irumyui. 2 additional cradles are the number I think is confirmed later, which is likely what caused both the increase in her and her offspring's size, and also the ever-increasing corruption of Irumyui's form. And yes, as people have pointed out, it's very easy to draw a parallel between the cradles and the Behelit from Berserk. Although, honestly, I think the cradles are way, way scarier. Fueko finally musters up the courage to confront Wazukian on what he's done, and yeah, somewhat predictably, he just doesn't say anything. He turns and smiles at her. Yeah, no, sorry. Anyone who claims that Wazukian isn't a villain, that expression there, man. Then, Irumyui explodes upwards like a damn beanstalk, smashing through the ceiling of the cabin they were in. Oh, and we get a cool little vignette as a Gunja member is grabbed by a monster and flown upwards rapidly, which causes them to get hit by the Layer 6 curse, and yeah, they get mittied in midair. It is gloriously messy. This next bit I don't really follow. It's a moment between Wazukian and Belaf, where he tells Wazukian to leave him to die. But Wazukian says that it has to be him? Yeah, no. Anyone know what he's talking about? Anyways, it's not especially important because things then go frigging insane. Let's take a look. As the now titanic thing expands upwards, it forms tentacles and begins to grab a huge quantity of flying creatures, consuming them. I think to add to its bulk, and a now completely bonkers Belaf demands that she eat him too, in the same manner he ate her children. Woof. In response, I think that's the womb that formed to birth the creatures, opens up, revealing a glowing barrier of some kind. And yes, I think most people have twigged onto what's going on here now, especially if you think back to that titanic structure they found in Layer 6, the one that contains the village. Yup, Irumyui is Iruburu. The little girl is the village. Due to Wazukian messing around with cradles and her own wish, she's basically been turned into an incubator for artificial blessed hollows, as well as a safe zone in Layer 6. Regardless, Belaf steps into it. We get another gorgeous sequence as the balancing reaches out and rips him to pieces, and what reforms is beautiful, almost angelic. Belaf has achieved his transcendence. Wazukian tells everyone else to enter too, and that this thing is what they've been searching for, their path to transcendence and their new home. And sure enough, one by one, they enter. Fueko, however, as always, hesitates. Wazukian asks her what she wants to do. And okay, yet another bit I find a little hard to follow. Vueko essentially tells Wazukian that she prefers death and prepares to dive off a precipice. He in return says that if she does, Irumyui will be devastated, but Vueko, okay, I think she's saying that yes, she knows. Irumyui would probably die of sadness, but this is fine. If she does, Wazukian's prophecy in regards to finding them a transcendence and a home down here will fail. I guess because she wants some sort of vengeance for Irumyui. And yes, this is me blue skying here, by the way. It's all cryptic as hell. Regardless, at least for once, something wipes that frigging smirk off Wazukian's face as she drops backwards and, even more stuff that confuses the hell out of me. Wazukian reaches out and grabs her, his arm looking like frigging Jack Krauser all of a sudden, and Vueko says that he must have used a cradle on himself. What? And no, I don't think this ever comes up again in any major way. If he was going to transform anyway, then why did he use a cradle? What did he wish for? And what did it actually do besides giving him a weird arm? I do not know. Anyways, we later see Vueko in the state we saw her when Riko freed her. And yeah, there are different theories about this, but as Wazukian, now in his tree, worm, dredge from Dead by Daylight form, I think he's saying that she's been put here to keep her alive indefinitely, and in turn to also both pacify and maintain the life and existence of Irumyui/Iruburu. And yes, if that last sentence was a mess, I have no idea what's going on here. Regardless, we do get some allusions to my own theory that the compass serves the purpose of drawing people to the abyss, and it's always lost upon entering as it served its purpose, now to be sent to a new owner. Wazukian refers to it directly, saying that even all the way across the sea, he felt a deep homesickness when he saw it, and an urge to follow it. I have a feeling that a lot of this will never actually be explained, by the way. Who knows? He pontificates a bit more, but it's all wibbly-woo, and then he turns and leaves Vueko to her eternal confinement. Yeah, this dude is a dick. And this next part contains what is probably one of my favorite manga panels of all time. Hell yes, some of you know what I'm talking about. We get a sort of extended time-lapse due to Irumyui's wish. The Gunja expedition transforms into those artificial blessed hollows, and we learn that while they may look kind of like the real thing in places, they are in fact just essentially constructs existing in the field of Irumyui's strange wish, with their new wish-granted forms grafted to their souls. They have achieved their transcendence, but can never ever leave. Things continue to happen. Irumyui keeps expanding and growing and consumes not only more creatures, but a large portion of Shoro itself, becoming greater and grander, almost like one of the eerie spires from Brian Lumley's phenomenal Necroscope series. And yes, there's a deep cut. Then, one day, as the hollows fall back and look on in horror from within the protective membrane of the village, something else is happening. Too late, they realize what it is, as Irumyui extends multiple objects on the end of a tendril, the other cradles placed into her by Wazukian. That's not good. The cradles begin to shine, and then expand, drawing immense amounts of power into themselves, swelling, weeping energy until... And there she is, rising out of the cradles in a spray of blood, a supremely powerful being, forged of multiple nigh omnipotent relics, Irumyui's final child, and her vengeance incarnated, the immortal Dark Princess of the Hollows. Faputa has arrived. And yes, this may be one of the coolest panels in anything ever, and I absolutely hated how much smaller and less epic this felt in the anime adaptation. Honestly, the intensity of this entire volume really did seem to be dialed down a lot there. And this next bit also, wow. The interference units move cautiously towards the newborn thing, unsure of what it is, and then, in a flash, faster than the eye can perceive, they are ripped to pieces. Fueko is overjoyed. Irumyui did not forgive them, and this creature is her anger at them personified, screaming her horror and her rage out over the abyss. Oh yeah, right. This is the bit of the manga where Faputa is basically a little nudist, so far too much of my recent life has been spent censoring itty-bitty monster titties. Regardless, Faputa realizes that she cannot cross the membrane, and this will actually make a bit more sense later on. Don't worry, if I remember I will explain it. And Fueko tells us that the balancing is actually made up of Irumyui's children, those who died and those who were yet to be born. Oh yeah, this manga is drugs sometimes, people, and Fueko passes her long years naming and speaking to them. We re-enter the story back in the present as Fueko's tale concludes, and everyone looks at her, absolutely stunned by the pitch-black truth of Iruburu. Yeah, no, that was about my face reading that too, Riko. Bloody hell. And I think this next bit may actually explain the luring. Fueko tells them that with the cradles transformed into Faputa, the village might have ceased to exist, as a large portion of its power was contained in those. However, by consuming creatures from the abyss, and I assume extracting value from the villages, as well as at times anyone who enters via the balancing, it is not only able to sustain itself, but keep growing. She also tells them that Faputa's desire, her entire purpose, is to destroy the village and kill everyone inside. Only then will Irumyui be allowed to rest in peace, and nobody is going to be able to stop her. Yeah, Reg, you've really stepped in it now, mate. Let's just hope that membrane stays intact. Wait, what's that ticking sound I hear? Riko asks Fueko what she wants to do, and yeah, Riko, decisiveness is not exactly the Shoggoth lady's strong point. However, this time, rather than dithering, Fueko tells her instantly that all she wants is not to forget about her daughter. That's progress, I guess, but also, oof. This next section is absolutely wonderful, but it's not especially important. We get an extended, almost Miyazakian fluff sequence of Faputa meeting Gaburuon for the first time. and this sequence closes out Volume 8. Again, it is gorgeously drawn and genuinely endearing in a weird way, showing off a lot of amusing Faputa art, her just being a little gremlin generally. Regardless, after she finds him, Gaburuon wants to learn more about her and is willing to become her territory. This actually makes more sense in context. Faputa marks him with her scent gland, but as the sequence is kind of suggestive, in a way that YouTube might not appreciate, you can read it for yourself. The two gradually become friends, with Faputa retrieving scrap that he uses to repair himself, and as they work, we learn a lot about value. Go and watch Pooty's video on that. This stuff makes my brain squeak. But we learn that Faputa was basically born angry and wants to wipe out Iruburu. She doesn't know much more than that, but she learns fast, and Gaburuon teaches her the Abyssal Tongue. As an acknowledgement of her power, he proceeds to give her, well, her name, a combination of Immortal One and Noble Maiden. So yeah, Princess. And she gives him a name in return, which means the Queen's Guardian, while also doing this adorable spider thing on his head. Ah, Faputa, you're just way too much fun design-wise, man. All of these flowing, shifting forms that can be insanely cute or genuinely terrifying. Oh, just you wait. And with that, the pair depart into the depths of Layer 6, which finishes out the volume. And yeah, with that, all of the pieces are in place. The coming of Reg, Riko, and Nanachi has set the stage for some sort of insane confrontation which, trust me, will not disappoint. But that will wait until next time. Now, before we end, I actually have a bit of a tangent that I wasn't sure where to put. It's character stuff and a bit more of my own theorization and free braining about the manga, so if that interests you, proceed. Otherwise, I will see you all next time. Like, subscribe, Patreon, and all that good stuff. For everyone else, okay, so I would be remiss in not talking about the characters at this point, as there is a lot going on. It's really interesting, and some of it's actually quite subtle. Now, Arcs 1 and 2 each have a villain that became quite iconic in their own way, and while I don't think Wazukian will ever reach the heights of Bondrude when it comes to fandom stardom, it's interesting to take a look at the two of them and contrast exactly what they are, what they did, and why. Both are leaders of men that took on new, different forms designed for surviving in the abyss. Bondrude, as a man of science, used relics and technology to become de facto immortal, with a ton of spare bodies to hop around into when things go banana-shaped. Wazukian, a man of faith, used a cradle and also a little girl to turn himself into a weird blessed hollow thing. And what's interesting here is that despite being polar opposites to some extent, Arc 1 having something of a science theme and Arc 2 being a lot more focused on spirituality, there is a lot of overlap. And not just because, well, both of them also did some very bad things for, in their minds, the greater good. Scientific progress on one hand, and manifest destiny on the other. Bondrude tortured and killed dozens, perhaps hundreds of children in his sick, almost Unit 731-esque experiments to both become a blessed hollow himself and to find a way to travel between layers without getting cursed. Wazukian manipulated Irumyui, a young, traumatized girl, into using a dangerous relic, then fed her more relics later. Then, not only did he take her babies and turn them into stew in order to save his people from sickness, he turned her into their village and transcendence machine in an attempt to sort of force his prophecy to come true. Now, the implication is that Bondrewd is going to turn out to be doing the wrong things for, at least in his mind, the right reasons, probably due to the incoming cycle shenanigans, and Wazukyan probably also did, in his own mind, do something horrible to save his people, but they are both clearly insane, and also both took things way too far, at times seeming to bask in their necessary evil and committing additional unnecessary atrocities. Bondrewd grooming and sacrificing Prushka to ascend, and Wazukyan sacrificing Irumyui to create Iruburu. Yeah, it's one of those things where the two characters are clearly evil, yes they are, but it's a messy discussion as they did, at some level, believe that either they had no choice or that the ends justified the means. And yes, this is very strong and compelling writing and characterization, demonstrated by the fact that people still argue quite passionately about this one. My take is that both of them are irredeemable villains, and just because your evil is to your mind necessary doesn't make it not evil, especially when you go far beyond the remit of what needs to be done in the moment and start essentially playing God. But I will let you debate that one in the comments. Another interesting contrast is between Vueko and Wazukyan. See, Vueko is a creature of inaction. She dithers and vacillates, unable to make any difficult decision, and thus these decisions are taken out of her hands, either by other people or events, inevitably resulting in bad things happening, and her needing to make an even more difficult decision ad infinitum. Wazukyan, however, is a man of action, and while he does choose to do bad things, it does sometimes mean him doing the lesser of two evils, at least to his mind. So here we have three extremes. Extreme utilitarianism for scientific progress, extreme cruelty for the sake of a religious prophecy, and extreme inaction, all having, well, extremely negative outcomes. Again, it's all very complicated and grey. What do you think? Was Wazukyan right and Bondrewd wrong? Vice versa? Were both of these people right or both of them wrong? Or is the truth somewhere in between? Let me know what you think in the comments.
Hello friends, this is the Owl, and hell yeah, it's been a while. If my voice sounds a bit funny, it's because I'm recovering from the flu, and you can thank Owlbard patron Uto for this, because today we're back in the abyss, and now we're closing in on the really good stuff towards the end of the second main arc. So let's jump right back into it. But first, before we start today's video, Volume 9 marks the point where the manga goes from being complicated and occasionally cryptic to being, well, almost Evangelion levels of inscrutable. And even at the start of Volume 9, there will be a few I have no sodding idea why specific things are happening moments. So, as always, I will do my best to explain everything, but some of this is going to be my own theories, some of it's going to be basically a holding pattern until things get explained later on, and some of it's going to be me throwing up my hands and going, I don't know. So if I get anything wrong, or you have put things together in a way that I haven't, please, as always, let me know in the comments. Anyways, after her attempts at recreating that insanely gross intro sequence from, was it Saw 6?
You know, the thing with the arm. Reg is carrying the badly injured Faputa along with him, headed for the village, in order to trade part of the Hollow Princess in exchange for Nanachi's freedom from Belaf after she made a Faustian deal with him, although I guess it was more the village. Faputa's scratching at her wounds which, and they're also attracting bugs. No, thank you. But I do like how she nonchalantly just eats them. I swear, this manga would be really tedious without Faputa giving a focus to the plot after Bondrude exited. She really does tie the arc together. Reg asks if she's okay. After all, she just ripped an arm off as well as an ear. But she says it's fine, she's immortal, and edge parts, I assume she means extremities, are fine for her to lose, but she is extremely happy that he's worried about her and... Okay, so they engage in some slightly risque, let's call it heavy patting, which I'll skip. There's nothing explicit or even really implied. At worst, I would call it a saucy scene, but you never know with them YouTube bots. This does, however, lead to a wonderful Faputa reaction panel, one of just so many to come. And yes, that's about our faces when we're engaged in some hanky-panky, and Baby Owl decides to wake up and take a stroll down the passage. Parenting. It's actually Gaburuon coming to warn them. Oh yeah, this bit. So, take note. I never made the connection between this and something absolutely bloody tragic that is going to happen later, but I think this explains it. Faputa's blood, likely due to her existence as a transcendent being, created from multiple cradles, draws in all the abyssal beasts in the area, meaning that this place is not going to be safe for long, and the beasts down this deep are something else entirely. Reg and Faputa strike off again, with her saying that they should get her flesh to Iruburu before it spoils, and that's... Oh, Faputa, that's just wonderfully morbid. Back at town, sure enough, all the hollows have turned out en masse to see Faputa, and Riko rushes out to see Reg too. That's a nice little visual touch, by the way, having Ma pressed up against Chekhov's membrane, as a reminder that the village hollows are trapped inside, hinting that this is going to be incredibly important in due course. As Riko heads back inside, she sees Faputa watching her and just being a wonderfully weird little gremlin as always. But it turns out that this is because Faputa is admiring Prushka after the whistle's refinement, saying that she's beautiful now. Reg enters with Faputa's body parts, but this almost immediately causes the balancing to completely freak out. You may think that it's because of the exceeding value of what has just been brought in, but it's actually something else, and this will make sense in just a bit. Vueko confronts Reg on wandering around with gory bits of Faputa, warning him that if he were to show it to Belaf as is, the village sage would probably have some sort of mental breakdown, and who knows what that would mean for Nanachi. Remember, Belaf went completely bonkers due to the events of Volume 7, vis-a-vis eating Iramui's kids. And yes, that entire paragraph would probably sound quite strange out of context. Sensing that there's a lot more to the story, Vueko presses him on how exactly he came by it, and we cut back in time to see Reg and Faputa having a conversation. It's actually really interesting, and I just love how Faputa is drawn here, just this little lammy loaf thing. I love the little legs poking out. Their actual discussion is a little complex, so let's take a look. Firstly, she says that she needs to destroy the village, presumably to put Iramui to rest, as well as avenging her. But she cannot cross the membrane, I think that's part of the various wishes that created the village, but it might be something as simple as Irumyui instinctively protecting Vueko from Faputa. Faputa knows, however, that Reg is too soft-hearted to do what needs to be done, but he does not need to actively participate to fulfill their deal. His incinerator can rewrite the rules of the Abyss, so if he were to use it on the membrane, that might allow Faputa to pass through, at least at the point of impact. So yeah, Reg finds himself at a very interesting impasse. He made a promise to someone he doesn't remember, but it's someone he really cares about. And he also made a deal, like a doofus, without asking what his side would entail. So now he's sort of locked into committing mass hollow murder, hollow side, with his scared-adorable little monster girlfriend. Or, would this be hollow slaughter? But he wouldn't be doing it himself either way, but he would be an accomplice, so felony hollow slaughter? Yeah, let's call it that, and also end this pit. Anyways. Now, this bit, this is where I start scratching my head in terms of character motivations. Wazukian interrupts, and after a bit of banter, where he says he's glad Vueko escaped, why? Didn't you put her there, mate? Yeah, no, Wazukian is one part of the story I struggle to understand. Especially that aspect. I know some people theorize that he put her there to pacify Irumyui, but then why be glad she escaped? Anyways, he asks Riko if, now that she understands the village's dreadful origins, if she hates him. And Riko, seriously? She says that she doesn't really know him, but she does like the village. The poop-reeking, horrible village where she was nearly assaulted and killed multiple times. Riko is dumb. This is followed by a whole lot of waffle from Wazukian. You know the words to this song. Abyss calls to people, some people find themselves drawn down to the depths from where there is no escape, and okay, so several interesting things do come up here. 4 specifically by my count, so let's take a look at them. The first is that Wazukian does explain something of the nature of this calling to us. To these people, the White Whistles, the value of the quest itself exceeds everything else, including the goal of said quest, and secondly, Riko is like this. She's a white whistle to her boots. The implication being that journeying through the abyss itself is becoming more important to her than even locating Liza is, and I have to wonder, what else is it going to become more important than? I don't see a Riko heel turn in the future, but it would certainly be a choice. The third and fourth demonstrate that, at times, Riko can be quite insightful. She says that Wazukian is also one of these. Essentially, he's a white whistle of a sort. He was willing to sacrifice anything to continue his quest, even if it required manipulating Irumyui into using the cradles, and then making baby soup. But he became trapped in here being the village, due to his choices and despite his seemingly chill nature. He cannot be happy with this state of affairs. While he does hedge and say that, yeah, sometimes things just don't work out the way we want them to, Riko says that his intent is different. He actually wants her, Riko, as she's young enough, to use the cradles to liberate the villages and allow the Ganja expedition to continue, well, expeditioning. That has to be a verb, right? We'll get more of what he actually wants later on, and yeah, I still do not know why people try to defend Wazukian. The man seems like a maniacal zealot to me, but each their own, I guess. Regardless, Wazukian doesn't deny it, despite being mildly condemned by Mugi, the innkeeper, for essentially putting the responsibility for the quest onto another child, and thus risking repeating the events that caused all this trouble. But before they can discuss it further, Jiroimo jumps in and attacks, and this is also really confusing. They suspect that Wazukian planned this, especially when he suddenly and randomly abducts Fueko, but it could actually be that Jiroimo is trying to obtain Faputa's flesh. This is actually partially confirmed later on. Reg leads the monster off to fight, telling Ma to keep an eye on Riko and telling her to head to safety. Initially, he holds his own, but then lots of stuff happens simultaneously here, and spoiler, this is going to kick off a battle sequence that is going to last pretty much 2 volumes. From a vantage point, Wazukian tells Fueko that he grabbed her, I think, to stop her topping herself, and that she needs to witness how this all unfolds for herself. Yeah, I will confirm yet again how much Wazukian confuses the hell out of me as a character. Why is he doing all of this? We do get, this. So, okay, Fueko notes that Jiroimo, the third sage, has the same name as her horribly abusive caregiver, and he also bears a striking resemblance to the man. I think that Wazukian's explanation implies that the reason this occurred was due to her link to Yui, who took the most frightening thing Fueko could think of and used it to create the village's guardian. If you've read Hellblazer, think Astra and her fear elemental. One thing, so I was going to do a tangent on Jiroimo, but I've had second thoughts, so we're not going to go too deeply into this because YouTube, and yes, I am really tired of having to tread carefully around topics in videos explaining horror manga, but the owls do need to eat, you know. But look at the thing on Jiroimo's chest, take into account what we know happened to Fueko as a child, and that she also wound up sterile, and draw your own conclusions. Is that tangential enough, YouTube? Let's hope so. Fueko does ask an important question, however. If Jiroimo steals the flesh from Reg, won't it get balanced? Wazukian tells her that no. See, Jiroimo is not a hollow. It's part of the village, and also remember earlier where Jiroimo was fighting the Fuzoshepu, and Riko was told that it actually has a much more powerful form, but was unable to use it due to the close proximity of the other hollows, as well as the tight quarters? Well, it's time we saw what that looks like. Sure enough, the balancing does seem to be attacking the monster, but nope. It actually coats it like the damn Venom symbiote, with them fusing into an admittedly sick-ass design. Initially I wondered if it might not be a nod to Birkin's fourth form from the original Resident Evil 2, but on rereading this yet again, I wonder if it might actually be a Bloodborne reference. You know, final boss Mac Ribbons on back. Either that, or I am reaching here. Regardless, it's an awesome design, and with that, I think it's time for a short break.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Hey all, to take a break from the hardcore drama and absolute nightmare to come, and to prevent Nanachi crying, Made in Abyss has great art, right? I mean, just look at this panel, or this panel. Do you know what else has awesome art? Mrs. Owl. And yes, that was a bit tortured, wasn't it? But yeah, If you've ever wanted like a Made in Abyss OC, or another OC of some kind, or some video game assets, a neato animation, some art of a kind I'm sort of blanking on at present, hell, even a cover for that manga or book you're working on, or even just a Christmas present for someone else, well, look no further, as we are currently observing a light at the end of the tunnel regarding the insanity that we've been experiencing for the past few months. Mrs. Owl has decided to open her art commissions again, and let's just say she's a very talented lady. Her rates are also incredibly competitive, and she can do basically anything that you'd like her to. That came out weird. But in a nutshell, anything from pixel art to art to animations, and I'm sure I'm missing a few. Short version, her art is like Faputa. Lots of different forms, pretty damn adorable, and funny third thing. So, if you'd like to support the Owls outside of Patreon, memberships, or those super chat thingies that I still don't fully understand, head on over to her Ko-fi or hit her up on the Discord for a quote. Trust me, we would all really appreciate it. And with that, back to your regularly scheduled Owl. The fight kicks off with the creature spitting black balls of balancing at Reg like we're in Toho or something, but he's able to evade them pretty handily, although they do annihilate the villagers wherever there is splashover, and it doesn't take long for Reg to spot what the thing is doing. It's gradually covering the area with corrosive goop in order to shut down his mobility. Fueko, realizing that Reg is completely outmatched by the thing, as combined with the balancing, it's basically the entire village's power set against him. She tells him to run, but he can't. He's now totally locked down, as Jiroimo readies another weird attack, a larger mass of balancing, flung out like an enormous acidic duvet. He slips away using his extendo arm, but sees that Riko and the rest are now threatened, and also Jiroimo has almost succeeded in stealing Faputa's limb. So yes, this is, at least in part, Irumyui looking to reclaim it. In a just, damn it, this is a gorgeous series of panels. We see that Reg is caught on the horns of a dichotomy. If he uses his incinerator inside the village, it'll breach the membrane. But if he doesn't, he won't be able to beat this thing and will, at the very least, lose Nanachi to her deal with Belaf. Now, this is another really good moment of character development for Reg. He's not quite at Fueko's level of constant poisonous hesitation and agonizing, but he does have a problem with being overly cautious and getting in his own head. I think you Americans call it the yips, while Riko tends to be recklessly impulsive. If you recall, way back when, this is one of the reasons why Orzen was happy with them teamed up. Together they balance out into an almost competent cave raider. So he chooses and then does it, firing the incinerator. Bloody hell, that's cool. Blasting a hole clear through Jiroimo and also the wall of the village behind, rupturing the membrane in that area, and yeah, this right here is basically it. Reg has just, albeit in extremis, pulled the pin on a hand grenade of tragedy that, just you wait. However, one thing does come to mind. Doesn't Reg have the ability to choose what his weapon affects or not? If I remember correctly, he was able to wipe out a large portion of Ido Front without killing anyone way back in the fight with Bondrud. Or is this just like Dark Reg mode and got memory hold? Man, I hope we see that crazy form return at some point, or get any of that explained to us before the end. But whatever the case, there is now a great big hole in the membrane, and Reg is able to partially anticipate what'll come next. He tells Mugi and the other villagers nearby that the membrane is breached and that he will be passing out soon after firing his weapon. And yup, we see, in another just incredible sequence of panels, a small figure standing in the hole left by the incinerator. At last, Faputa has arrived, and she means business. But I do want to note something interesting here. One of the running themes in this manga is obsession. People develop an obsession with the abyss. It's dangerous, bleak, uncomfortable, and at times outright foul. And yet it has a terrible draw that constantly ensnares people to the extent that they will spend their lives plumbing its depths, even when they know it's not a good idea and brings them little more than suffering. In much the same way, the Hollows are obsessed with Faputa, even though they know she hates them, and their own feelings towards her are all over the map. They cannot stay away. Moths to the flame. They fear her, but also somehow worship her, and either way are utterly fascinated. I am probably reaching a tiny bit, but yeah, it's certainly interesting. Jiro-imo prepares to attack, but Gaburuon basically tells it to sit the hell back down with a blast from his arm cannon. Faputa, meanwhile, just goes on this incredible multi-page screed against the Hollows. It is something to behold. We are talking Willem Dafoe's incredible bit from the Lighthouse levels, as she absolutely roasts them and basically tells them that this is the moment her entire life was building up to, that she hates every aspect of their existence and will wipe them out to the last. Jiro-imo fires a huge jet of balancing at her, but she greets it. Oh, and this is so cool. See, the balancing is made up of all of Irumyui's dead kids, and as Faputa is her final kid, these are her brothers and sisters, in a sense. She thus absorbs part of the balancing, which instantly regenerates all of her wounds, and wow, that's a great panel. Apologies for the censorship. You can't really see anything aside from a vague shape, but again, you never know with YouTube these days. But in another classic, Faputa dives towards the waiting villagers as the second battle begins. Faputa taking on the entirety of Iruburu. Oh, hell yes, let's do this. But not for a bit. We cut over to Nanachi and Mitty, and we see that things are getting kind of unusual. It appears that Nanachi is experiencing someone else's memories and sees Fueko and Irumyui together, realizing the incredibly strong parallel between these two and her and Mitty. But wait, what the hell is going on? Well, it turns out that this is Belaf's doing. He is using smells to... Okay, I think the implication is that this is like the information pollen from Transmetropolitan. There's a deep cut for you. In that it can transfer memory. Nanachi was basically seeing the history of Iruburu through Belaf's eyes. And yeah, I will also say that Belaf's dialogue here is so flowery and obtuse that it's kind of hard to understand exactly what he's getting at half the time. You know, the entire Belaf Nanachi arc is one of the weaker aspects of Made in Abyss's storytelling, and it feels like it mostly happened in order to drive the plot, rather than, you know, something narrative rich. And its payoff is... you'll see. but we do get some fun or at least emotionally devastating moments to come. Regardless, he tells her that she's free and that she should get out of here with her friends before Faputa kills them all. However, there is a snag. As Belaf explains, past the boundary of the village, presumably past the membrane, Nanachi and the rest will be able to venture, but Mitty cannot. Like all of the hollows in the village, she was created as part of a deal by the Cradles, and thus, once she's out of the Cradle's sphere of influence, she will simply cease to exist. Bloody hell, man. Keeping in mind that having Mitty restored to her was kind of a huge deal to Nanachi, and that she sacrificed herself and her part in the quest to prevent Belaf continuing to feed on her, and now, whether or not Iruburu survives Faputa, she is going to be stuck here, unable to join her friends without causing Mitty to vanish or leaving her to a horrible fate. Jeez. Belaf continues to explain that while he can survive a bit longer outside of the village as he's created, using the village's limbs. What? Nope, no idea. If anyone knows what he means, please let me know in the comments. But he does provide one terrifying bit of information. See, and keep in mind, I'm guessing here, by breaching the membrane in one spot, it somehow buggered up the integrity of the membrane as a whole. So, the entire thing is starting to give way, and the force field, the curse of the abyss, is beginning to permeate the village. That's really not good. Belaf tells her that alternatively, she could stay here with him and he would do his best to protect her, but is unlikely to last very long against Faputa. Remember, Faputa was able to easily overpower the incredibly strong Reg, so these hollows are about to get their cheeks clapped. Nanachi does begin to process all of this in a very bleak and very sad sequence, revealing her incredible unresolved guilt over what she and Bondru did, and that being able to see her friend again is incredible, but that this abyss-friendly form that she ended up with isn't there just so she can lay around, and thus she resolves to carry out her promise a second time. Only this time, she will do the deed with her own hands. And yeah, this is where I start dabbing at my eyes, folks, because holy crap, this is sad. With her mind made up, Belaf says farewell to his own little pet hollows, then heads out of the village with Nanachi, and sure enough, Nanachi says this bit is rough, telling Mitty about her new friends, that they are on a quest together, but that one day she will join Mitty again and show her everything she learned. Then, before her eyes, Mitty crumbles to dust, and taking her pot along with her, Nanachi and a gradually disintegrating Belaf strike out to join the battle. Everything is poised for one hell of a confrontation, but that's where we will leave it for today. Hello friends, and boom! Surprise Christmas video out of nowhere. Whatever you celebrate, I hope it's an absolute banger, and let's get right back into it because, oh man, the second half of Volume 9 is, much like Volume 5, one of the absolute strongest parts of this genuinely excellent manga, gross author notwithstanding. Seriously, Volume 9 and Volume 10 are like Marvel rivals good. Bloody hell is that game a dopamine mine. It's the digital equivalent of substances that I can't mention on the YouTubes. Punisher mains, rise up. Where was I? Oh right. Reg wakes up after the fight. Having passed out due to his usage of the incinerator, to the distant sounds of battle. Kind of like he just respawned and realized the convoy is getting close. Okay, I'll stop. Riko updates him. Things in the village have completely popped off. So Gaburon, not wanting them to get caught up in Faputa's Muso mode assaults on the village, brought them here to safety, demonstrating that he's actually a lot more intelligent than his big chunky appearance would suggest. Sort of tells them that, yeah, this is not a situation that they can choose to sit out at all. The party, but specifically Reg, were warned about what staying in Iruburu might cause. They've made their choice, and now they need to show their resolve, presumably by intervening and dictating what happens next. Because, trust me, nobody is walking out of this one unscathed. Now, as I mentioned in the last video, I really do hate it that I have to censor this much, including stuff that's really mild, or maybe only a little suggestive to appease the YouTube bots. But until the day when I get a sponsor, or Patreon income reaches a level where I can risk videos getting demonetized, I am going to have to be very, very careful here, because what follows is just wall-to-wall bedlam, gore, and a rather unfortunate number of itty-bitty monster titties for maybe the next 300 pages. The art though is pretty rad, and we also get to see Faputa's grr face, which is something to behold. The blown out eyes and the fangs, wow. I swear, this one character is the primary reason that I enjoy this manga much past volume 5, and also, yeah, she's chewing on someone. Things are clearly not going well for the village. Remember, Faputa was strong enough to overpower Reg almost effortlessly, so she is genuinely formidable. And Gaburon also hints that Reg is going to need to find some way of dealing with Faputa, as otherwise she is going to kill everyone, almost certainly including Riko. Keep in mind that neither Reg nor Riko know that Belaf has freed Nanachi. No, I still don't follow what the entire purpose of that little arc was. So to their mind, Faputa destroying the village could easily result in Nanachi's death. Oh, and the in-betweeny chapters show us that Belaf's little pet hollows are actually, these really two hot animu ladies. Huh. Okay, so we know that hollows are based on the desires of the person transformed. So I would absolutely love to know what sort of desire turns you into a bag of polony with a dog's butthole for eyes. But if I needed another reason to be terrified of ever using a cradle, well, there it is. The battle sequences though are, holy crap, Faputa, despite her small stature, is just shredding through. And she actually nearly kills Pakoyan before that big jellyfish-looking hollow knocks her aside in that's a really funny panel, before she rips it apart. Yep, it's a full-on hollow massacre. Ueko, observing the chaos from her vantage point with Wazukian, who, no, I still do not know what the hell he's doing here, or what exactly he brought her up here to do. And while we do get a bit of explanation later on, this character's motivations still really do make me scratch my noggin. She notices that Faputa's presence is also making the balance go completely wonky, randomly attacking hollows and destroying buildings, value be damned. It makes sort of sense, as again there is a direct kinship here. So her trying to destroy the village that the balance has been safeguarding is going to create a kind of logical paradox for the balancing, and it is all just a complete mess. Death, blood, fire, and destruction all over the place. Wazukian does hint that he has foreseen what'll happen next, and it is all going to come down to Reg in the end, who Wazukian refers to as the prince. But he also has something else planned. And once again, I'm almost certainly being a bit of a thickie here, but does anyone understand exactly what on earth Wazukyan's plan was at the end of the day? Let me know in the comments. Anyways. Reg emerges from cover and tentatively approaches the raging, blood-covered hollow princess, who immediately does start calming down a bit. It's actually a really interesting sequence. Again, what makes this volume so cool isn't the blood and guts, it's the writing and all of the emotional beats. There's a lot going on here, so let's go bit by bit and I will try to explain. So, remember, Reg's big flaw, as established, is that he dithers and hesitates, often resulting in a bad situation becoming worse. This is something a few characters have pointed out, most notably Ozen, and it's really interesting to see him developing and improving. Now, he's being forced to show some spine and take action in a complicated and hard to navigate scenario, involving someone he genuinely seems to have feelings for, who has an at least partially justifiable vendetta against a bunch of innocent people, and also Wazukyan. We actually get a bit of a flashback, showing that Reg befriended Mugi, realizing that, yeah, the Hollows, whatever their origins happen to be, and as bizarre and off-putting as their appearances and occasionally their behaviors are, they're really just people at the end of the day, trying to get through their day, survive, and look after their people. Mugi also confirms the nature of Faputa and how fascinating she is to the Hollows of the village, despite the existential threat she poses. Again, moth to a flame and all that. Reg also demonstrates a bit of character growth here too, in terms of him being aware of Riko's flaws. Keep in mind that Reg has been more of a loyal dog character than her equal, a protector, essentially. So this is significant, telling her that she did a good job this time by not rushing in and trying to fix things herself, and instead waiting for them to get the lay of the land and to make a plan. Remember, much as Reg's weakness was indecision and hesitation, Riko's was being recklessly impulsive and diving into situations before fully understanding them. And speaking of character development, this next little bit is just, ah man, it's genuinely good writing. Reg musters his courage and confronts Faputa directly, asking her to please hold off on destroying the village, at least until they've managed to get Nanachi out. Faputa, however, as berserk as she is not stupid, and she points out that whatever development he might have had, this is him just dithering again, trying to be a peacemaker and an appeaser, when his role is going to have him sometimes be called upon to be a warrior. She won't stop him if he just wants to extract his friends, but she knows that what he really wants is to save the village. He doesn't want to hurt her feelings or have her feeling betrayed, but he wants to negate her quest, and he needs to choose. Is he gonna stand with her or stand with the village? Because yeah, sometimes the choice really is that simple. And what follows is kind of heartbreaking. Reg says that he is against her. He is going to stop her. Faputa gives him a "are you serious" look and strikes at the throat of the hollow behind her. Reg grabs her arm with his, and realizing that he meant it, she turns, her eyes changing again, and says that she is going to have to beat some sense into him before moving in hard. Oh bugger. What makes this sequence so frigging sad though is how it's interspersed with bits from their first meeting. And it also contains some interesting foreshadowing for what is to come. So, a long time ago, Faputa nearly lost Gaburuon to a turbaned dragon, likely the same one that assaulted and stalked the party. They'd clashed a few times now that it had their scent, and despite her ridiculous power, Faputa was easily defeated. Reg then appeared and... Okay, so he's wearing a hooded robe of some kind, indicating that he's definitely from some sort of civilization, one that made clothes and not just a race of robots. Robot clothes? Are those a thing? And he's carrying something on his back. Anyone know what that is? It looks a bit like Sabo's pipe from One Piece. We get some absolutely magic Faputa panels, as she reacts like a startled cat before attacking his helmet in a... that's just wonderful. But it's placed side by side with the former friends and possibly lovers, now locked in combat. Damn it, Tsukushi, that's sad. As the fight continues, it seems that Reg is mostly holding his own somehow. However, it's turning into something of a war of attrition, one that he will inevitably lose. Whatever damage Faputa sustains is quickly repaired by the black balancing, which I know, yes, I incorrectly refer to as the balance somehow. Kind of a long story boiling down to an old D&D campaign that I ran. That said, while Faputa is far stronger and more ferocious than Reg is, he is insanely tough. So in an attempt to damage him, we get a really comedic sequence where Faputa shoves her arm down his throat and then uses him as a flail against the nearby hollows. Sorry, this just cracks me up for some reason, but he does break loose and, suitably freaked out, tells her to be more graceful and to act like a princess if she is one, which causes her to suddenly break down sobbing. Oof. Yeah. This is followed by another bit that genuinely breaks my damn heart, but it also alludes to some stuff that is very likely important to the plot. Gaburon has seen a lot of white whistles pass by, all of whom for some reason scared Faputa. I assume that this is Bondrud and Co. I'm not sure why they scared her, honestly, considering that Faputa is almost certainly at a similar level of power. And yes, if you're hearing any weird noises, I think my neighbors downstairs are watching Tom and Jerry at top volume. I would love to know why. However, we also get to see more of her history with Reg. As Gaburuan translates, the pair became fast friends, and we also get an explanation of why she constantly says Sosu. After a time where she was sniffing at Reg's groin, Tsukushi mate, he told her to be more graceful, again, as befitting a princess, a genuinely tear-jerking parallel to what's going on at present. When she was confused, Gaburuan gave her an example. In the abyssal tongue, adding sosu at the end of a sentence makes it more polite, which I assume is an allusion to Keigo, which we're not going into today, but if you've watched the Wano arc of One Piece, the whole degozaru thing is also them having fun with this. In short, it's an archaic and hyper-formal way of speaking Japanese, very seldomly used today. However, Faputa then started saying it all the time, presumably in order to make Reg happy. Seeing Faputa this cheerful in the past, it's a lot, man. Another thing to take note of here, and something that I only picked up on during this run through the story. Reg does a kind of eye roll at the little sosuing creature, and notes that his mentor told him how important it is to be able to gloss over things. Okay, so yeah, this is absolute confirmation that Reg was dispatched by someone on his quest, and that someone is an individual that he is, at the very least, a student of, if not a servant to. Is this who he was seeing when he went into dark mode? Is it going to turn out to be Liza? Is Liza going to turn out to be a future Riko? There's a rabbit hole I am not going down today. Oh, and because Faputa was a little nudist at this point in the story, which made Reg a little bit uncomfortable. He gave her part of his helmet to use as a makeshift bikini, although the fact that it as often as not leaves her left breast exposed did make it a bit pointless. Back in the present, Reg is now steadily getting overwhelmed by the endlessly regenerating Faputa. A bit like when everyone wants to play tanks and they have 2 healers. Okay, I will stop. Regardless, realizing that they have no choice, Reg tells Riko to do it. She blows the whistle and he goes into white mode, which, you know, if I were to stop and point out every single amazing panel, this video would be as long as the first Higurashi one. Now, powered up, Reg goes on the offensive, grabbing Faputa in a Sorry, I just really love her expressions here, and dragging her out of the village in order to give them some time to get to safety. This, however, absolutely infuriates Faputa. Remember, she can perceive Prushka's true nature, calling her a stone person, and seeing this as Reg not only siding against her, but turning others against her too, is especially galling, as Faputa is the one that had Prushka refined. The two continue to fight, Faputa gradually getting more and more angry, and her form correspondingly monstrous. However, okay, so this is where I will be inferring my own theory onto what's going on, so as always, if you think I'm well off base, let me know in the comments. Reg notices something falling, initially thinking it's water, and then realizing that it's some sort of red-hot liquid metal, referred to as iron rain. That is literally heavy metal. Back in the village, I assume because of the damage it has sustained and the gradually collapsing membrane, the iron rain begins falling, injuring or killing more hollows. Wazukion seems to have at least partially foreseen this too somehow. Yes, I get it, Tsukushi, Wazukion the prophet, and he, generates a huge quantity of woody overgrowth, patching things up a bit to protect everyone, a bit like Groot, only amoral and somehow less comprehensible. Now, one thing to note here is that the Iron Rain, from my understanding, somehow heralds the arrival of powerful abyssal beasts, but don't quote me on that. In the past, we see Faputa pointing out Iruburu as her mother. Reg notes the inverted stick figure, which may be familiar if you've been paying attention. It's that thing that creeped them all out from ages ago. We learn that it means Haku, meaning that it has a genuinely benign association. Pooty did a video explaining the concept of value a little, but Haku refers to the thing that is most valuable to you, and in a short sequence that may or may not turn out to be important, Reg points out that she's drawn it on Gaburon and the village, to which she responds that as she was birthed from the combination of 3 cradles, she is permitted 3 Haku, Reg naturally being the third. We are also given confirmation of Faputa's motivations here. She essentially wants to mercy kill her mother by destroying Iruburu, as so long as the village exists, Irumyui will never be able to find peace. This is also really interesting. Gaburon tells Reg that Faputa's core nature is a creature of vengeance, but Faputa alludes to the fact that Reg's incinerator can rewrite the rules of the Abyss, thanks for any foreshadowing. And speaking of that, we also find out that Reg was sent to the surface from the depths of the Abyss in order to find his own Haku. Presumably this is going to turn out to be Riko. And this is where he made the promise, which I think is also alluding to this double meaning of rewrite. And this is also where I think it's implied that he and Faputa, let's just say, they did the monster mash, so to speak. Especially when after she says that when he returns from his quest, she wants him to stay with her and for them to start a family together. He agrees to this and says that they will set off, hand in hand, on their own series of adventures, cutting back to the present with the two locked in bloody mortal combat. Ow. However, after remembering all of that, Reg realizes how much he adores Faputa and how much she means to him. He begins to plead with her, saying that while he has lost so many of his memories, he still cares about her deeply. And not only is this mission of hers wrong, it's going to result in her destruction. He appears to be getting through to her at last as she begins to cry, saying that he's kind, before she snaps, seizing a chance to take him off guard in his baseline state, slams him into the ground with her full power, and then chokes him into unconsciousness. Now what? Our final sequence of the volume shows us exactly what happened all the way back in Volume 6 while they slept, the events that led them up to where they are now. There's actually a lot going on here, once again, some of which is fairly cryptic, and it's likely going to be, say it with me folks, probably really important later on. Faputa is naturally curious as to what this strange group of people is doing down on Layer 6, and is also saddened by the fact that Reg didn't call for her when he arrived, likely jealously assuming that Riko is the Haku that he spoke of. However, Faputa also remarks that there is something unusual about Riko's soul. Remember all that stuff that we learned in the first arc about Riko being a stillbirth resurrected by a strange relic? Yeah, it's funny how that keeps coming up time and time again. We also get it's just a wonderful little bit, where Faputa sniffs Nanachi and remarks how nice she smells, I guess assuming that Reg brought her along as another lover, I don't know. But she does say that Reg shouldn't need Nanachi as what? Faputa's butt is fragrant too. Oh, Tsukushi. And there is a phrase that I don't think anyone wants to hear from anyone else in any circumstance ever. And believe it or not, this will actually come up again in probably the most Tsukushi moment in the entire manga, but that'll wait until we tackle Arc 3. Interestingly, Faputa thus identifies Nanachi as she, which is the diagonal slash mark that initially seemed to be pretty hostile, erasing her. Riko in turn got the Haku mark. Faputa then takes Prushka, pets the sleeping mania, and leaves. She then gives Prushka to Gaburuon and says that despite her hatred for the village, there is a hollow there that can refine the whistle and allow her to fulfill her purpose. And we also see that she is going to create those horrible looking things from earlier to try and keep the monsters down here away from the party, due to Nanachi and Riko being comparatively frail. Gaburuon asks her, however, why she doesn't simply go on and introduce herself to the party. Faputa hedges and deflects by saying that too many people make her nervous, but Gaburuon, once again demonstrating that he's quite perceptive, expresses doubt, understanding that she is likely tentative in terms of reintroducing herself to Reg, possibly because she's scared of being told, some bad news about him having found his Haku and some new companions, and thus not needing her anymore. And thus ends Volume 9. Volume 10 is the conclusion of the arc, and oh boy, is that one a lot. But we will get to that next time. For now, cheers all, happy holidays, a Marvel Kwanzaa, a hectic Hanukkah, a fantastic Rivals, a silly solstice, a great Rivals, and a rival Rivals. Until next year, I am going to go and play some Marvel Rivals. Okay, I'll stop. Merry Christmas to all, and to all, a good Rivals. Back in Iruburu, we see the outcome of Reg and Faputa's battle as she carries an injured, or perhaps more correctly damaged, Reg into the village. He is unconscious and her expression is unreadable, but if anything, she seems even less happy. Due to Riko and the village, she's had to beat the stupid out of Reg, her ancient friend, and maybe more than that. Seriously, I still think they did the robot on Moth Monster Mash way back when. Jiro Imo looms up over her, still missing a large portion of its torso thanks to Reg's blast. But Faputa, seems to be able to command the powerful village guardian, telling it to hold Reg down and ensure that he doesn't slow her roll any further, because she's got some killing to do. Initially, this took me aback a bit, but it actually does make sense in a way. Jiro Imo is not a living creature exactly. It's a construct, a fear elemental dredged up from Vueko's trauma and set to defending the village. And as it's comprised of whatever the village uses to create objects out of, value, I guess, as if there was some sort of atomic stem cells, and Faputa does have a degree of control over the village vis-a-vis the black balancing, it makes a bit of sense that she can also command Jiro Imo, but yeah, this isn't a manga where you can especially logic your way through. It's more about feel and mood and philosophy. Riko emerges, and because she still lacks the capacity to read the damn room, seriously girl, asks what Faputa did to Reg. Faputa's eyes go back to her shattered berserker state, and she says that it's Riko's fault, oh dear, that Reg doesn't remember her, and prepares to attack, moving at a crazy speed, closing the distance and leaping at Riko, claws extended. This panel, by the way, is another example of Tsukushi's amazing artistic chops and the ability to use imagery to tell a story. Rather than his usual backdrops, it's mostly white, fading down to grey near Riko, so that all the focus is on Faputa coming in. It's subtle, but it's also really bloody clever, and he does this sort of thing a lot. Ah, Tsukushi, I wish you weren't so gross. And now what? Reg is out of commission. The villagers are basically standard mobs in a Muso game that can't even touch the Hollow Princess. Nanachi is Nanachi and also a ways away with Belaf as the two head towards the battle. It seems that all may be lost. As Faputa leaps towards Riko, she collides with something, and it's revealed to be Gaburuon. She's shredded into him and taken a large piece out of him, but did not manage to hit Riko. For some reason, her first friend and her protector stopped her, even at the likely expense of his own life. And yeah, this leads to what may actually be one of the best and most heart-wrenching exchanges in a pretty emotionally aggressive piece of media. Realizing that she has badly injured and likely killed her only friend, a sobbing Faputa asks why the hell he did that. The stricken Gabu says that his purpose is to protect, and thus he protected. Faputa asks why this extended to Riko. After all, Riko is the cause of her losing Reg. Shouldn't Gabu be protecting her? He answers, and yeah, woof. He says that sure, but if she were to kill Riko, she would lose Reg forever, and also be unable to return. I think he means that she would be forever stuck as a killing machine, never able to be her happy little weirdo self ever again. This is what he's trying to protect. It's not that he wanted to defend Riko, it's that, as her friend, it fell on him to protect Faputa's future even from her own actions. Gabu then collapses, silent. Damn! With a brief break in the fighting, Mugi tells Riko to blow the whistle and activate Reg's white mode once more. It's their only hope, because now, one of two things is going to happen. Faputa will accept Gabu's sacrifice and leave, or, way more likely, she is going to completely break and then annihilate everything. We see Faputa talking to herself and, yeah, that's not a good face, saying that things have already ended. she has lost her only two friends, Reg to amnesia, and I guess Riko, and Gabu to her own actions. All that she can do now is fulfill her purpose, destroy, and bring the curtain down on it all. And, okay, so, this is a bit of a rabbit hole, but it's tangent time, because I may just have cracked the code. So, for various reasons, but in particular this specific panel, it occurs to me just how closely Faputa resembles some aspects of the Hindu deity Shiva, but primarily Kali. Hinduism has always been a faint but consistent background noise in Japan, likely due to how often cultural phenomena from India crept over into the nation through early trade, as well as the rise of Buddhism as a kind of state religion, which has a lot of overlap. And let's just say that if you think that the various sects and differences between Abrahamic faiths are complicated, they have nothing on Hinduism and Buddhism. The former is an ancient faith that basically exists as a constant schism and recombining of different groups and opinions to this day, and even as someone who loves to read about mythology and ancient philosophical/spiritual concepts, it can be really hard to keep track of it all. In short, Shiva, characterized by four arms and, yeah, like most aspects of Hinduism, he's a rabbit hole deeper than the Mariana Trench, but the relevant aspects of him, although sometimes her, see what I mean, representing duality, creation, and innocence, as well as destruction and warfare. Shiva is associated with invincibility, regeneration, and healing too. Sound familiar? Now, where this does get rather interesting is Shiva's connection to Buddhism. Keep in mind that Made in Abyss is heavily inspired by Buddhism, with the Abyss and Riko's journey into it, echoing the darker and earlier Japanese versions of the journey a soul must make after death in order to suffer and be purified. In Buddhism, Shiva isn't really a big part of anything much outside of some mythological references. He's sometimes seen as a traveler and protector. Keep that in mind because this should already be reminding you of a character, but most commonly referred to with, as one of his aspects, Mahakala, an extremely powerful and dangerous four-armed deity, but again, he doesn't really feature too heavily in Buddhism outside of his connection to... okay, so there's another, far more sinister deity that might sound familiar, and this is the one that I think Faputa may be based on, and if I'm right, holy crap. This deity is one that some of you may have heard of, especially if you're a fan of Wilbur Smith, or that one really depressing Graham Masterton book. No, not that one. Yeah, that one. The one where... no, I won't even go into that here. It was gross and really depressing. She's associated with the positive aspects of Shiva, in fact, and is most often depicted as his consort, the Great Destroyer and Death Goddess Kali. Boy, I've played too much Rivals. Kali is a very odd animal. Tell me if any of this sounds familiar, and yes, here there might be a few potential spoilers or even predictors of what may happen later. So, if you care, skip this bit. Kali translates into she who is black. Okay, that sounds a bit odd to say, but Faputa is certainly, darker in complexion, and she was created as a fusion between an aspect of Shiva, who in Buddhism is a mostly negative or flawed being, and as far as that term applies in a religion/philosophy, that doesn't really have a conceptualization of evil as we understand it. Evil here being an evil of ignorance, and Parvati, an incredibly gentle and benevolent female being. This fusion created Kali, a four-armed warrior woman who was capable of slaying the archdemon Daruka, but then went berserk. And there are plenty of legends where Kali is, let's call her a necessary evil. She's a berserker, and capable of destroying anything, but represents the cycle of creation and destruction, mostly summoned in where things look really dicey and something really needs killing or destroying. Again, remember, Buddhism views evil a bit differently. Kali's kind of like a wildfire, destroying dead vegetation to make room for new growth, but when she does, she generally goes nutty butties and winds up killing indiscriminately. Now, interestingly, there is a story in Hinduism that mirrors this, where Kali is summoned in to kill an army of demons, goes berserk, and in order to stop her destroying the entire universe, Shiva steps in to calm her, with her stepping on his chest in a fairly iconic image, much like Gabu or I guess Reg try to calm her here. But I suspect that if we were to try and force Maiden Abyss to fit this mythological lens, then yes, Reg would 100% be Shiva. The penultimate bit of interesting consideration is another story involving Kali, where Parvati, in this version a benevolent Shiva's companion, sheds her evil aspects to purify herself, transforming into a golden being known as, I don't even know how to say this, Gauri, and her shed evil turns into the Black Kali. Again, if you've read this manga through, you might be nodding along, and if you haven't, keep it in mind. One last thing, and I have to wonder, Kali has another, even more powerful and dangerous form, Mahakali, Absolute Night, and the incarnation of time and entropy itself, and yes, Absolute Night is now the name of my metal band. In this form, Kali looks completely insane and is charged with the destruction of the universe at the end of days. So yeah, I am maybe 95% sure that Faputa is heavily inspired by Kali and also maybe some aspects of Shiva, but I think Shiva and Kali here are Reg and Faputa. We will see how this maybe ties into the story later. Anyways. As Faputa prepares to go fully berserk, something comes out of nowhere and knocks her flying in a pretty funny panel that reminds me of all those cursed Naruto stills. Yeah, squash and stretch. You really are not meant to be viewed like this. But who the hell knocked her aside like that? Well, we pan up to see... Oh man, whoa, that's just... I cannot do this panel justice. Damn it, that's cool. Nanachi, and behind her a crumbling but still intact Belaf. Keep in mind that he's spent time outside of the cradle zone created by Iruburu, but while decayed, he still seems to be going strong. It's also interesting. We've had some implications that Belaf was pretty powerful, but yeah, being able to slap Faputa around like that, even temporarily, means that he's no slouch. Nanachi is wearing the helmet made for her by the little hollow things, and if I remember correctly, it's actually made out of the remnants of Mitty's pot, but I can't confirm that. If true, yeah, that's kinda sad. Regardless, Nanachi and Riko have a brief exchange. She tells the little caver that they've been going about this wrong. Nothing is going to stop the berserk Faputa. Even white mode Reg couldn't hang with her for too long. However, she and Belaf might be able to buy them time, and there's an outside chance they could stop the insanity dead. Faputa, however, is having none of this, and yeah, if I were to stop and break down just how many amazing sodding panels there are, I would have no time to do anything else, but holy crap, look at this. She goes even more insane and just bounds up the sheer rock wall, heading towards Belaf's head, and then tears off his carapace with her teeth, burrowing inside him and ripping him apart as she ascends before, incredible. The two head towards each other at huge speed. She impacts into his face and rips it apart. But this was Belaf's plan all along. As his head explodes, it releases a cloud of spores. These surround Faputa and, so I think what's implied here is that Irumyui/Iruburu set a sort of safeguard here, in the form of Belaf.
if Faputa were to ever attack the village full power and kill Belaf, it would release these spores, containing all of Idam-Yui's memories of her time with the Gunja crew. Her being adopted, growing close to Rueko, being treated like a daughter until, in extremis, Wazukyan used her to save the settlement by manipulating events in order to have her use the cradle. Now, this is kind of complicated to unpack. I think what he's doing here is showing the other side of this, and it's mostly that it was Wazukyan and Wazukyan alone who manipulated things. But before he went completely insane, he was doing this because he had no other options. His people were dying horribly, and without the dark miracle of the cradles, it was all gone. It's actually one of those interesting moral quandaries. Do we take the moral high ground and just give up and everyone dies? Do we choose to sacrifice one person, even an innocent, and our own morality in order to let our people live? It's actually a really interesting dichotomy, and the last time I saw it done this well was Hickman's run on Avengers, which seems to be where Marvel movies are heading now. You know, the whole time runs out arc, which, as an aside, may actually be the best mainstream comics run of all time. Seriously, Marvel. They put James Gunn in charge of DC, put frigging Hickman in charge of your cinematic universe, and just watch it be amazing. If you can think of a better mainstream comics writer or arc, let me know in the comments. Regardless, this sends Faputa into a sort of shock, overwhelmed by all of this new information, and as Belaf dies, he tells her, in another really powerful beat, that the rest is up to her. She must now decide her own destiny, and thus her own value. Is she going to be a destroyer and be left with nothing? Or is she going to choose to walk a different path? Also, damn, he remarks that her eyes are beautiful. A tragic nod to him. Way back when Gunja set out, everyone talked about how lovely Belaf's eyes were. You know, until they became mouths. Anyways, the villagers prepare to attack the stunned Faputa, but Nanachi warns them to stay away. The membrane around the village, you know, the thing that stops the curse from coming in and also stops them from Thanosing away, has been compromised, and it's beginning to collapse. The villagers thus take Riko down to the lower levels of the village with them, as it'll hold up to the encroaching curse better, while Nanachi commiserates with the shattered Faputa. Wow, I don't know why, but this panel makes me feel really bloody bad for her. Poor little floof beast. However, Nanachi also remarks that this probably won't be enough to stop her rampage. All she and Belaf have done is bought them time. Now, this next bit, let's just say that cryptic is an understatement, but we will do our best. Before that, however, I think it's time for us to take a short break.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Hello friends, this is the Owl. Just thought I would drop in to remind you that the FrightRanker Patreon is a thing, and that we recently passed a threshold where, once again, I'm going to be able to put some extra time into videos, and while the next goal is, well, it's a ways away, but once we're there, oh boy do I have something wild planned. Regardless, if you've ever wanted me to cover a specific series, or if you maybe just want early access to videos, plus a bunch of other neato stuff, which we will describe in the outro, you can always hit us up there. And if you feel like supporting us in a different way, Mrs. Owl's art commissions are still open, and as anyone who has purchased art from her will attest, she does genuinely excellent work at a very reasonable price. Her social media links are, as always, in the description. And with that, let's get back to the carnage. Nanachi reflects on everything they've learned. An expedition, a doomed one, came down into the depths and got stranded without supplies, slowly poisoned by the mock water, and was picked off by powerful monsters down here. In order to save them, Wazukian manipulated Vueko and Irumyui into using the cradle, which caused Irumyui to produce magical offspring that, while stillbirth, when eaten would cure the poison. He then continued to experiment on Irumyui, adding more and more cradles, and eventually turning her into the village itself, and the villages into a sort of artificial blessed hollow, beings formed from desire and capable of surviving in the depths, but they'll poof into non-existence if they ever leave the boundary of the village, and I guess the cradle's influence. She, in turn, guesses that Wazukian has another plan. As confirmed by Riko, he desperately wants to be able to leave the village and continue down in search of his goals. A sort of whistle this white whistle, essentially. And it may be that everything up until this point, Riko freeing Vueko, Faputa attacking the village, all of this is some sort of, and yes, this is where I lose the thread slightly, because it feels like there is a massive logical leap happening here. Wazukian's master plan would be Riko getting hurt by Faputa regretting it, giving Reg part of her body. Remember, Faputa's being consists of multiple cradles fused together. She's strong, and this somehow leads Riko into becoming another village, an incubator for, I guess, some sort of galvanized blessed hollow actually capable of leaving it. I have no idea. But Nanachi does, however, resolve to stop Wazukian if he tries anything like that. Sure enough, back over up on their vantage point, Wazukian remarks that now Faputa knows the truth. While it's not certain what she'll do next, Vueko is probably safe, and she will almost certainly be coming to try and kill him. He also tells her that he's used most of his power-up grooting the village, so he will be able to move them down, but it will not be pretty. He thus groots her into a sort of cocoon, and then groots them both down to the area below. Yes, I am going to make that a verb, and you can't stop me. And this next bit, you know how I said everything in Arc 2 has been building to this? Here we go. Brace yourselves. This manga is about to pop off. We see more incredible panels showing Faputa's inner turmoil, knowing the truth of what happened. Rather than calming, she indeed appears to have completely snapped and prepares to go berserk again. And then something odd happens. She notices a bunch of hermit rats approaching her and immediately remembers her little pet and the good times she had with Vueko. And then a long beak snakes out and grabs one. Yes, history repeats, but wait, hang on. What the hell are beasts doing here? The village is... Nanachi wonders if there are flying villagers, but we quickly see what is actually happening. And this is what I think has been foreshadowed all along. The party arrived in Iruburu, and this heralded its devastation. Because remember, the beasts of the abyss are drawn to Faputa pretty much all the time. And due to their actions, the membrane was breached, allowing Faputa to attack the village, as well as providing an extra motivation for doing so. And while that rampage does appear to have at least paused, she was being followed by what is basically a conga line of powerful monsters. Sure enough, we pan over to see that Wazukian's grooting has been undone. The membrane is collapsing, and through the breach, several flying monsters have entered. As they look closer, they see, oh hell, that is not good. The entirety of Layer 6 seems to be bearing down on the village, led by the titanic turbinid dragon, a creature so powerful that even Faputa fears it. Now what? Led by the dragon, the monsters Zerg rush in. All sorts of really nasty buggers too, including a Fuzoshipu, although I think it's implied that this is the one they captured earlier, somehow reconstituting itself, and a huge As Faputa and Jiroimo engage the monster swarm, including not one but 2 turbinate dragons, and if you get that reference, well done, you're an old fart like me who remembers ye old days of the incident. We cut over to Riko, down in the depths of the village, being tended to by the surviving hollows. It turns out that they're riding Majikaja, and we actually get a helpful little map showing their exact location. Also, Majikaja is now using, no, I have no idea, but it looks absolutely bananas. Apparently it drains a lot of energy, and no wonder. He looks like a Pokemon and a barge had a baby. As the battle rages up above, we see that inside the Kaja barge, Riko's been reunited with her friends. At last, after a lengthy time apart doing their own things, with basically everyone blaming themselves for the calamity that has befallen the village. Like, yeah, it is in a way your fault, but this was also established to be fated. It is actually quite interesting to pick apart the causal chains that brought us here. Because of Riko's actions, they found themselves in the village. And because of her impulsivity and curiosity, she wound up with a case of the hollow guts that forced her to stay behind, while the other 2 went off on their own. Riko then, due to events gaining momentum, went off to search for them, leading to her finding Doguupu and freeing Vueko. Nanachi, however, in order to rescue Mitty, made a deal with Belaf, which caused Reg to involve Faputa, leading to the membrane of the village being ruptured. Faputa, in turn, lured basically all of the nearby monsters to them due to her bizarre and grotesque gesture in order to win Reg back, and here we are. Utter pandemonium. Everyone blames themselves because, yeah, to some or other extent, they all did have a part to play in this catastrophe, but it is one of those cases where, if everyone's to blame, then nobody is. However, Mugi also tells them that there's another way to look at things. The village existed in a sort of unnatural stasis, a bubble formed of wishes and suffering, relying on the twisted, tortured state of Irumyui and Vueko to continue existing as is. By coming, they've popped this bubble, and maybe this had to happen. Now things can move forwards at last. As she points out, the Ganja expedition was just that, an expedition. They set out on an adventure, but they wound up stuck, far from their goal, trapped in the village. It's time to get unstuck, whatever that will bring and whatever that means. If they want to blame someone, well, conveniently they reach Wazukian in a sort of crater. He is dying, his body expended. Again, there's this whole nebulous energy equals mass equals value thing that Arc 2 has been doing, and it's pretty cryptic. But we'll see later exactly how he used all of it up. And spoiler, I still don't fully understand this weirdo's motives. Wazukian does the whole John Kramer thing of saying, well, he didn't do anything wrong, he just set things in motion, and what happened next was the result of everyone else's choices and actions. He does ask Riko what she thinks, and whether, with all of this, she is still glad that she came below. She thinks for a second, and then says, yeah, absolutely. It's been amazing, all of the nastiness aside. I mean, look what they found. Who'd have ever guessed there was a hollow village down this deep in Layer 6? Again, Wazukian is a hard character to unpack, but I think the implication is that he's made a decision and has abandoned his plan of manipulating everyone with the desired outcome of turning Riko into a more powerful village. Instead, he's realized that he can live vicariously through Riko by allowing her to leave safely and continue her journey to the bottom of the abyss. Remember, he wanted to travel below, but their expedition got trapped due to a series of really unfortunate incidents. We do get an interesting nod to something that I suspect will be important later. Riko mentions that both of them owned the compass at some point in time, which again implies that perhaps the purpose of this relic is to guide certain people into the abyss before losing itself. One Ring style on that note. Really? You're getting this far to season 3, and yet we will never see any more Venture Brothers episodes? Eat my underpants, Adult Swim. I'm still salty about that. Anyway, we do actually see a sort of explanation of what he was trying to do and his conclusion. In order to successfully navigate the abyss, one must become something beyond human. He tried to do this artificially by means of turning Irumyui into a machine to let them all become blessed hollows. But this method was basically fake. His conclusion is that it cannot be forced. It's something that must be earned through the accumulation of experience and honest wishes. Now, this next bit is pretty ominous. Remember, Wazukyan, whatever else he is a prophet. He has at least some level of precognizance. He tells them that what they've experienced up until now was the easy part. What waits below is nothing good at all. In his own words, all they will find in the deepest depths of the abyss is unfulfilled dreams and despair. Yikes. Far above, they hear Faputa roaring, and they apologize to Riko, telling her that, for the first time, the being they worship is calling them to fight alongside her, and they must go. They've been caught up in the will and the dreams of others for too long. This echoes Faputa's steps towards enlightenment, but it's time for them to choose their own path. Riko, Reg, and Nanachi say that they're coming along, but Pakuyan, remember, Ueko's now transformed lover that actually got a lot more screen time in the anime, says she's worried because she hasn't seen her for a bit, and those of you who know, well, you know what's coming. Oh, and the vendor from way back gives Riko the piece of her mother's journal gratis. And with that, they mount up and head back into the fray, up top, where Faputa and Judoimo are fighting back the swarm near the bridge. It's time for things to come to an end, one way or another. And this next bit... But before that, there's actually a concept to talk about here that does come into play, and I have to wonder if, yet again, this may be another piece of the cipher needed to understand this story. What the hell am I on about? Well, alright, this will be a bit of a long tangent, but I think we should go into this now, as, unless I'm way off base, a lot of what's happening and about to happen will make far more sense when you view it, once again, through the lens of Buddhism. Keep in mind that Tsukushi has confirmed that Made in Abyss is heavily inspired by we're not going to get into the weeds on whether Buddhism is a faith or a philosophical framework. Why not debate that in the comments? But in particular, the more esoteric aspects of Japanese Buddhism. I'd guess Nichiren Buddhism specifically, especially the afterlife, and the journey souls must make after death. Extremely painful, traumatic, and difficult ordeals in order to purify the soul somewhat before reincarnation. However, Unlike the more fatalistic versions of Buddhism you'd find in other parts of Asia, or I guess India, I'm still not clear on whether India is part of Asia. People seem to get annoyed at me either way. What am I on about? It also views sentient beings as having agency and free will within the cycle of samsara and causality. However, there is another concept that begins to appear here, and I've had it on the back burner for a while, so let's take a look. You've maybe heard the term karma before here and there, and it's a term that's generally misunderstood, but in Buddhist terms, it's essential to samsara, the cycle of birth, suffering, death, suffering, and rebirth. One thing to note here is that one of the big schisms within Buddhism comes down to fate, causality, and free will, i.e., are we responsible for anything we do, and how can we be responsible when everything is to some extent predetermined? Karma is an ancient Sanskrit term that basically means intentional action. Your actions, whatever the outcome, are derived from your intent, and depending on whether that intent was selfish and ignorant or wise and moral, well, to massively oversimplify, good karmic actions will give you a sort of positive score, and bad karmic actions will give you a negative. And this score, to some degree, determines what'll happen after you die, and in particular, how much you suffer and how shitty your rebirth is. Like, if you take a lot of ignorant actions, you'd have to endure 500 lifetimes as a fox. If you get that reference, you probably know more about this shit than I do. And I guess, if you're highly moral, maybe next time you come back as Keanu Reeves or something, I don't know, let me know in the comments. What would you want to come back as? However, doing good for the sake of karma boosting is viewed as negative, as while it'll improve your afterlife and rebirth, the goal of Buddhism is to escape samsara, basically lose all sense of self and become part of the whole. Once again, I've always viewed Buddhism as a weirdly nihilistic religion because of this. The best outcome is complete oblation and a loss of all sentience. Again, hugely oversimplified. Karma, karmic actions, and what actually defines a good karmic action is contentious and responsible for a lot of schisms within Buddhism. Now, in terms of, let's call it Asian Buddhism, as opposed to what I'll refer to as Indian Buddhism, in particular Japanese Buddhism, things get interesting. I may talk about Japanese Buddhism in more depth once we get to Act 3, or I guess the end of Gantz, but in short, it's really dense and confusing even for Japanese people. Buddhism was essentially enforced as an attempt at a state religion, replacing Shinto and enshrining the emperor and the noble classes as divine beings completely beyond reproach or judgment. If this is sounding familiar, well, you're probably a fan of One Piece. Positive karma would be attained by obedience to the state, essentially, but it all got mixed in with Shinto, and you wound up with the idiosyncratic Japanese faith it is today. The history of Japanese Buddhism is bloody fascinating, but basically it's a series of assassinations, secret religious wars, banishments, torture, repression, coercion, and executions, especially the then controversial Nichiren school, which I would say is the most influential today. This was controversial because uniquely it dared to say that the state has a duty of care to its people, as well as people having a duty of obedience to the state, and because it attempted to reconcile and basically compound the then incredibly deterministic and fatalistic schools of Buddhism with the more free will and interpersonal morality-based faith of Shintoism. Nichiren Buddhism viewed, and this is where it becomes relevant, karma as a central aspect and not completely esoteric. Sure, a lot of stuff is predetermined, not simply by fate, but by causal chains and events from previous incarnations, but within that, well, while negative events, persecution and suffering are set in motion out of your control most of the time, these circumstances give you an opportunity to make moral choices despite adversity. The harder the choice, the better, which will allow you to obtain, in his words, and pay attention here, treasures of the heart. Just remember how essential value is to Made in Abyss. This is where we get the term N, I think, which, I'll be honest, I still don't fully understand, but N means something between fate, causal relationship, karma, and value. And this is where the modern Japanese currency, yen, is derived from, according to some sources. So, looking at the story through this lens, Faputa has been put into a shitty situation due to chains of causality outside of her control. So has Vueko. Faputa, however, is starting to make positive karmic choices, which are allowing her to increase her value. Vueko we'll get to in just a bit, but hell, even Judo Imo could be viewed through this lens. An utterly evil bastard, reincarnated into a horrible form, and charged with protecting the one he abused and her offspring. Again, a lot of this is guesswork, but it's still interesting. Lastly, this theme of N, reincarnation, and causal relationships, not only is it going to be really important in Arc 3, but bizarrely crucial when we get to the end of Gantz, and frankly, Higurashi. So we will discuss it in one of those. Anyway. Oh, right, this bit. We move over and see another map showing everyone's locations. Riko and the villagers are headed up to join the battle, but between them and the bridge, Vueko is shuffling her way up the long spiral staircase towards the upper eyrie of the village, heading back towards the battlefield, likely to see Faputa and to try and do something to atone. Now, this is subtle, but important. Vueko's flaw has always been indecision. By vacillating and refusing to make choices until it's too late, things have tended to get really ugly. However, encountering Riko changed her. Remember, Riko is... okay, now this entire sequence is, aside from the Tsukushi are kind of gross panels, likely the #1 moment in Made in Abyss that just doesn't sit well with me from a narrative perspective. Let's go through it and I'll explain why. We see that Vueko is following Riko's example. Action is always better than inaction. So, she's choosing to jump in and see if maybe there's something she can do to help, no matter how petty. Or, at the very least, catch a glimpse of what is, in a sense, her granddaughter. As Vueko ascends, she reflects on her past and realizes that there were indeed some good times. Her days coming down with the expedition and being with her adoptive daughter. However, here we go. Suddenly, out of nowhere, one of Vueko's feet begins to warp, then it twists and bursts into bloody goo, and as she cries out in pain, she notices that one of the walls has crumbled. Oh, seriously, come on, man. Why? Yeah, in comes the curse, and Vueko goes splat in an insanely brutal and gory sequence. Her form melts, snaps, and warps, turning her into a mitty, and then, add insult to injury, she falls and basically ruptures herself on the stairs. As things go black, Vueko's last thoughts are an apology to Irumyui. Pakuyan finds her and attempts to save her by throwing her down the stairs. Yeah, that's a weird thing to say out loud, but it doesn't work. The party arrives too late, as Vueko's blood trickles down the steps. Spoiler, she is still alive, but as a mitty, and that's just... holy crap, fuck you, Tsukushi. I have zero idea why this happened, or why you thought it was a good idea, but you can do dark twists with a narrative purpose. for instance Prushka getting turned into a cartridge, was there to allow Riko to evolve as a character and to obtain her whistle. Reg getting mutilated established Bondrewd as a villain, and also caused Reg to match Riko in a sense. But this is senseless. You've just punished a really pure-hearted but flawed character who had nothing but misery in her past for trying to overcome her flaw. Dude, that's like the ending of The Mist. Just a mean-spirited little jab at the audience. I guess that maybe Tsukushi is saying that Fueko was just kind of doomed from the start, but this is still a cruel outcome for a character that we all hope to see get a good bounce for once, especially as here, by simple bad luck, doing the right thing at last resulted in her getting punished. It would have been better here if Fueko had just stayed indecisive. Yeah, I know I'm getting worked up about this, but come on, man. And yep, I'll give you a spoiler. There is no surprise twist or upbeat victory coming. Fueko is now a low hollow. Sometimes life just be like that, I guess. One day you're the boot, and one day you're the groin. Maybe he's making a point regarding karma, as there will be some catharsis, and minor wins for Fueko later despite this, but still. Back up top, we see that Faputa and Judoimo are being overwhelmed, with the abyssal beasts at last felling and devouring the village guardian. Faputa in turn was, I assume she did the thing, you know, where you get deliberately eaten to attack the monster from the inside, but it just pukes her up, and doesn't seem to be particularly phased. She is only able to continue fighting due to the ridiculous regeneration granted by the white balancing. She thought that she would hurt the creature from the inside, but it's still going strong, and as she heals, that inexplicable symbol in her eyes changes. Yes, I would still love to know what all of that is. Only, she suddenly goggles as someone calls her name, and as Riko blows Prushka, Reg transforms, tagging Faputa out as she heads to the villagers, and then uses his remaining arm to haul one of the dragons out of the village. I won't lie, this kind of rules. But okay, this is where things get kind of cryptic again, and you will need to keep karma in mind to make sense of it, but I will do my best. Faputa tells the villagers that she will eat them, and is taken aback when Mugi says, fine, but they should work together to both destroy the village and free Irumyui from her suffering once and for all. Oh, and if they were to collapse the bridge, maybe the monsters on it would fall to their deaths? Like, it's a long way down. However, in order to do so, it would take a significant amount of power. And to do that, yeah, Faputa will indeed need to devour the villagers. Only now, they accept this, choosing to die and sacrifice themselves by their own free will. Remember what I was talking about in terms of karmic choices? But yeah, she does eat them, albeit off-panel. And thus, the prophesied ruin has come to pass. Only, perhaps not quite in the way people expected. Sure enough, Reg, now trying to haul the dragon further from the village, notices why Wazukyan expended himself. Not only did he reinforce the village by grooting it, he also created an absolutely insane amount of vines out past the village. Wait, wouldn't these disintegrate? I don't know. But this forms an even wider bridge, which is what is allowing the monsters to flood in these numbers. I still have no idea why he did that. Anyone have a clue? Let me know in the comments. But my guess is that this was to force Faputa's hand in terms of what she will do next. Reg, meanwhile, faces off against both dragons, not sure what to do. His incinerator might be able to take one of them down, although with how powerful these things are, even that much isn't certain. But then he would pass out, leaving him and everyone else at the mercy of the monsters and the remaining dragon. As things stand, well, that would be a very bad idea. Instead, he has an idea, and spoiler, this kicks every inch off the ass. He begins whirling his arm, faster and faster, gritting his teeth, building momentum and then striking the bridge with all of his power, smashing it and sending them all plummeting down to the distant rocky plains below. Faputa, presumably having consumed the last of the villagers, thus gaining the final bits of the power her mother expended to grant them the hollow forms, does something, sending out a shockwave of energy throughout the entire tower that was once her mother, and, saying a last farewell, blows Iruburu apart. As the titanic pillar crumbles, we see from a dying Vueko's point of view, now a wretched lower hollow, the finality of the situation and her thoughts. She could not forgive herself. By dithering and vacillating, things got worse and worse, even to the point where they were consuming Irumyui's children, and yeah, brace yourself. This next bit, as cryptic as it is, completely frigging wrecks me every time I read this. Vueko reflects on why she was trapped in Doguipu and kept alive, and has an epiphany, likely the first of her karmic rewards for making the right choice. Remember, as discussed in the previous video, one of the key rewards in Buddhism is moving closer to enlightenment. For the entirety of Volume 8, we believed that Irumyui's grotesque transformation was simply a product of her wishing to save the expedition and also wishing she could have kids. However, that didn't explain all the other weirdness, like trapping Vueko and making everyone basically immortal. But she realizes the truth. Irumyui's wishes didn't just extend to her being able to have lots of children, because what she wanted wasn't just kids, it was a family. Vueko was her mother. All of this may simply have been to keep Vueko alive. And in order to keep the connection between her and her daughter, Vueko in turn chose to never forgive herself for what happened. As she finally seems to die, which, spoiler, this happens multiple times, and the village crumbles, Vueko's last words are a farewell, thanking Irumyui for allowing her to see her death, and that she loves her. Bloody hell, Tsukushi, just stop. However, it is time to wrap this up. As the tower falls, an exhausted Faputa falls with it, seemingly to her death. Her power is completely drained, finished off by generating that immense shockwave, and now she is unlikely to survive. However, Faputa finds herself strangely at peace for once, reflecting on what's happened. Shortly before she brought Iruburu's ruin, that she had spoken with Majikaja and the last few hollows, including Ma for some reason, and rather than berating or killing them, she actually thanked them, told them that they had earned her respect, and ditto the outsiders who came and helped her in whatever way they did to fulfill her duty, and in turn, while she should eat them, she instead tells them to take Riko and Nanachi out of the village before she destroys it. By sparing this lot, it would likely leave her short the power that she would need to survive what she's about to do. And she muses on, what if she had? Would she have the strength left to ensure her own survival? But no, Faputa herself has grown a bit, taking some steps towards enlightenment, and her arc is drawing to a close. As Belaf hinted, Faputa has decided on her own value, a powerful karmic choice in the face of adversity. Good on you, Moth Girl. As her eyes close and she falls towards the rocky plains below, an extendo arm snakes out and grabs her. It belongs to Reg, who is riding Majikaja with the rest of the crew, desperately deflecting falling rubble and trying to keep the collapsing tower from crushing them all. Reg and the rest, despite her trying to wipe them out multiple times, have made their own choice. Based on hers, they are going to save Faputa. It appears, however, that even though they were able to rescue the dying princess, there is no way out now. Worn down, Majikaja finally collapses, too badly damaged to continue. Knowing they're doomed, Riko gives Ma a gift. Damn it, Tsukushi. It's a stuffed animal to replace the one taken from Ma during the balancing. Disintegrating now, everyone says their last goodbyes. But Kaja, unable to go further, and knowing that he will soon vanish. Remember, to remain in existence, the Hollows had to stay within the boundaries of the village, and with it gone, they will soon disintegrate. He thus decides to sacrifice himself. He reverts to his gaseous form and feeds himself to Faputa. And here we go. The amazing moment I mentioned back in part 1, this is it. It's subtle, and it doesn't last very long, but it's an incredible payoff, and it always gives me chills. We see that, now restored. The Hollow Princess, at last, is fighting side by side with Reg, not to kill, but to save. Working together and deflecting the falling rubble, the pair allows the party to survive. Oh, we see that the monsters were indeed wiped out by the fall, aside from the dragons, one of which kills the other one, likely for territorial reasons, and then lumbers off into the distance. In a cave nearby, we learn that the last Hollows have melted away. A still somehow alive, but almost dead Fueko talks with Faputa, and they lie together, granddaughter and grandmother. In another bit that, allergies, I swear. As they doze, exhausted, Fueko shares her memories of Irumyui. Faputa, in turn, tells Fueko that Irumyui must have truly loved her, as she was the one thing never shared with her. Irumyui, despite everything, wanted to keep Fueko to herself, and thus, finally at peace, after a lifetime of suffering, Fueko is allowed to die. It still doesn't totally sit well with me, but again, keep in mind that the highest goal of Buddhism is to escape samsara, breaking free of what is a cycle of immortality and suffering. Maybe he's trying to do that, I don't know. Anyway, Faputa stands up and we see that she's weeping and asks why she feels like this. She never knew Fueko, and Fueko had no part in any of this. Faputa is a creature of destruction and hatred, created for vengeance. So why does she care? Why indeed? Sometime later, we see Faputa burying Gabu and Fueko, making grave markers for them, and giving us a little more foreshadowing, saying that according to Gabu, souls here will always come around again. Yeah, samsara once again, and without too many spoilers, I think this is going to be very important later. Reg asks the question I'm sure we were all hoping he would ask. Much like Katakuri in One Piece, seriously, Oda, you missed a trick there. I get his power set was too similar to Luffy's, but he offers Faputa a spot in their party. Hell yes! Would she like to come below with them? Remember, she and Reg, before he lost his memories, made a vow to adventure together and, pop out all sorts of overpowered mutant robot moth puppies. Well, try and say that 5 times fast. So yeah, that's pretty cool. She unfortunately declines. He forgot all about her and still cannot remember their promise. They have no true connection remaining. So, why would she want to come with them, and why would they want her to come with anyway? Reg in turn says that, yeah, it is what it is. He regrets not remembering, but it's not something he can help. But maybe he doesn't have to. He wants the Faputa he knows now, not the one he once knew. He wants the powerful, terrifying, sad, and beautiful creature he has come to know, respect, and like. That is who he wants to come with him, promise notwithstanding. This does appear to win her over somewhat. She says that they're a gathering of fools, but she smiles at last. She also says something interesting. According to Prushka, remember, Faputa can actually hear the whistle. Riko's role is to cherish those she encounters. She's not a warrior, she is a connection maker. But we do see Faputa's final decision. She wants to go off on her own and learn about herself and the wider abyss. The answer isn't no, exactly. As to Reg and everyone else's joy, she says that she'll think about it. We get a short little epilogue that is a perfect encapsulation of Made in Abyss, in particular, the second arc. It's cryptic, it's uplifting, it's sad, and it's really ominous. We get, I presume this is Wazukian narrating somehow, talking about what has transpired. Faputa has, at last, broken free of her cursed destiny, and is prepared to be her own person. The party has successfully navigated the threats of Iruburu and the doom that was prophesied, and they are now able to venture on further into the darkness of Layer 6, and then, perhaps, the mystery of Layer 7. He praises them for the love they have for each other, but he says that love itself is a curse, and what awaits them below is only darkness. Yeah, thanks for that, mate. However, so that the arc and the volume don't have to end on that note, we do get one small ray of sunshine. As she leaves, we see Faputa turn and say farewell. However, it's not a goodbye. As she walks off into the distance and the light begins to fade, Faputa says, "San Buremu, see you later, Sosu." And thus ends the second arc of Made in Abyss. Boy, that was a ride. And yeah, if you do want me to jump right into the third and final arc, I guess later this year, or if you want me to wait for it to be all done, let me know in the comments. Anyways, before we finish for the day, I just want to say a great big owl thanks, as always, to our amazing patrons, without whom this video probably wouldn't exist. I'm not kidding. If you're looking for someone to thank for making these folks are your first stop. Cheshire Quill, Melissa Marston, BK, Taylor Smith, Ang, Alice Teacup, Mally Pepper, Sam Glasper, Brendan, Majestic, The Spilled Milk, Kamarian Lindsay, Taylor Smith, Tak2M, Sefith, Anna MC, Mew Haku, Huna Hexchen, Adclaire Andrew, Nate Corbin, Fluffy Burb, Kamolian, Endymion, Jake, The Empress, Simone, Squid, The Hedgehog Gamer, Rafferty, Hermit, Yorgborg, William, Oishipan, Erin Arnold, Sallyface, Kozen Doji 180, Mootle, Hamwise the Stout, Gunslinger Zero, Jalen R, Mike, Chilled Ice, Ranger Danger, Rose Montgomery, Inukie Koji, John Knepp, Kel Core, Opinion Custard, Robert Dote, Wargle, Hunting for R2D2, Lee, Eleanor, Crazy, Question Man 6, Callie Caris, JL, Lawrence Goebel, Piece of Yeast, Cheddar, Lightspeed, Jathis, Fogweaver, and Polite Crow. If you haven't already, like, subscribe, comment, and all that good jazz. It really helps the videos out in the algorithm and otherwise. If you do want to support the channel, please consider patroning up. You will gain access to some pretty fun perks like exclusive emotes on the Discord, an exclusive channel, early access to videos, an exclusive video, and probably more in the future. Oh yeah, and my book. White Whistles and Owlbard patrons can also commission videos and deep dives, and patrons as a whole have a lot of input on what manga I cover and how. If you want to support us in other ways, you could leave us a super thanks, and Mrs. Owl's art commissions are still open. So if you're looking for some art as a birthday present or something, or just an OC, all of her links are in the description. Cheers, my friends, and thanks again. Until next time, this is the Owl, signing off.